2024. Furthermore, we are the third coupon payment of 6.1 billion Ghana cedis in August 2024. The timely payments of these coupons will undoubtedly improve investor confidence in the domestic market and bolster the overall economy. The Ministry will continue the deployment of the Ghana.gov payment platform to remaining public institutions and ensure that all those already onboarded go live. Additionally, the outstanding activities for the full rollout and utilization of the gift mix for the processing of IGF expenditures will be completed by the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, government will also develop a framework for the reintroduction of road and bridge tolls to facilitate the processes for the implementation of a modernized and efficient road and bridge tolling system commencing in 2025. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, government has embarked on a number of decisive measures to get us back on the path of fiscal consolidation, economic stability, and growth. And I'm happy to note that these policies we have implemented are yielding the expected results. Growth continues to exceed our expectations. The 4.7% growth rate reported by the Ghana Statistical Service for the first quarter 2024 exceeds the 3.1% recorded in the same period in 2023. Exchange rate has largely stabilized compared to December 2022, despite the recent pressures. The 18.6% depreciation rate to the US dollar as of June 2024 represents an improvement over the 22% recorded for the same period last year. Inflation is declining. End June inflation rate of 22.8%, a reduction of 31 percentage points from the December 2022, which confirms the target of 15% by end 2024 is possible. Through this program, we introduced the input credit system and adopted technology-driven platforms, enabling farmers and value chain actors to operate transparently and efficiently. Mr. Speaker, to support the private sector in enhancing fish and aquaculture production, we've scaled up the supply of premix fuel since January 2024. Additionally, we are also partnering with private enterprises and are providing employment to about 10,000 people to expand and venture further into aquaculture. Mr. Speaker, the government has remained focused on expanding the economic enclave projects under the Ghana Cares program. We secured 50,000 acres of land to ensure security of tenure and de-risk agricultural investments, thereby attracting private sector investment in the cultivation of rice, maize, soya, poultry, grains, vegetables, and animal husbandry.
That's the Finance Minister, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, delivering what is effectively the last budget of the Akufo-Addo-led administration. The next budget you're going to hear from him is more of a transition budget that would take care of the first 3 months of the year 2025, so that whoever wins the election in 2024, that is, would know exactly how the spending structure is going to be like and the expected revenue. Well, good morning. Welcome. This is Key Point here on TV3. We're live on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and DSTV channel 279 all across the world on 3news.com. We're live on 3FM 92.7 and a number of radio stations across the country as well. Well, what is your mid-year budget review? So that's a fundamental question that we're asking. A number of you came up with a response and a reaction that you don't see a direct connection of what the minister said to your personal economy. But tell you what, that budget as presented, you have to be interested, and we'll tell you why you have to be interested, because there are some things in there that will directly impact on our lives. at least for the next half of the year going forward. For businesses, they had expectations of this mid-year budget review, but would ask a fundamental question: have their expectations been met or not? And the finance minister's verdict on the exchange rate, doing the year-on-year analysis, 2023 January to June, 2024 January to June, how the city is faring against the major trading currencies. It's a question that we're asking this morning from the perspective of businesses as to whether they agree with the finance minister's verdict on the exchange rate situation. We have various aspects of the conversation of the mid-year budget review on the table this morning, including the planting for food and jobs. If you're analyzing the state of the economy, we do it with the 3 F's: fuel, food, and finance. What is the current state of affairs? In terms of growth, we'll have a conversation as well here on Key Point. As always, you're an integral part of the conversation. Let me hear from you. We'll definitely read out to you and to the rest of the world. We have eyes on what's happening in Tamale, the Jubilee Park, where the NDC is set to launch its campaign officially out of election 2024. This is your election command center. We're there live, on the ground, on air, and online. We'll be updating you every step of the way. I sat down with a former Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Sophia Akufo. We had a few things to share as well. Remember, she, together with some pension bondholders, picketed at the Finance Ministry. Well, the Finance Minister has announced that there's going to be a 3rd coupon payment after some 5.9 billion cedis was paid in the 2nd coupon payment. What do they say about this? Well, because the government says that that is a sign of fact they caring about the investors. When the Finance Minister announced the release of some 1.5 billion cedis to be paid to persons whose monies had been locked up as a result of the financial sector cleanup. She has a verdict on that. Stay with me. We'll talk about it this morning here on the Key Point. On this platform, we'll talk about the key issues that are of concern to you, the Ghanaian people. We go straight to the point. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us.
Now is an opportune moment for investors to consider the remarkable investment opportunity presented by the Floria Residence, the pinnacle of luxury living in Cantonment. Offering a range of options from executive studios to lavish penthouses, including 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom apartments. Amenities and services includes round-the-clock security services, dedicated play areas, a bustling commercial zone, state-of-the-art fitness facilities and gym, a well-appointed conference room, an elegant rooftop sky bar, and a breathtaking rooftop infinity swimming pool. Additionally, residents benefit from the convenience of a secured 3-floor underground car park, while those residing in the ocean view penthouses enjoy unparalleled vistas. We are located opposite the Laboni Palace Mall, Accra. Contact us on 0595700008.
Good afternoon, Auntie.
After darling.
One chilled bottle of Nero Orange, please.
You want cola, orange, lemon, vino, Nero.
Wow.
Cola, orange, lemon, vino. I'm all feeling cool, refresh your body. Nero Cola, orange, lemon, and Bovino. New non-alcoholic flavored drink from Nero Beverages. This advert is FDA approved.
Yes.
Star 712.
Which are these? Coming on Greece. A giant. Yeah, and now you were back in Greece. To say why you fit a millionaire. Yes, the luckiest at the room. To say about from Massa Echeman. Yeah. Now check this. Sister Abna, aka Kobe Hima. The luckiest at the room. Queen B.
Yeah.
Boss lady back. Let's go. Hold on to your seats, folks. Such anyway, it'll be you smooth. Way and your friend will upgrade. Luckiest at the room. And the best part that with the luckiest, Obia or a shot to a good life. And I'm talking to you, me, your girlfriend, your ex, your neighbors, your landlords, and even Goro boys. And no one is over dialing with lucky number. Star 712. No.
Oswaldo ticket to win in the community draw or the grand draw on the 30th of November 2024. The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. TNCs apply.
This Sunday on Hot Issues.
Are you saying that the government is lying to us with the statistics and the facts and figures?
I am not here to speak the language government is speaking of. I'm here to speak the language of the referee you and I trust. They are very talented at failure. They don't have a track record of ever successfully managing an ACF program in Ghana.
You are rather asking the NPP's flag bearer to come and debate you in Parliament. Why?
The man that has failed so woefully, his political career is on the doldrums. You want to rely on the credibility of John Mahama to revive your career. We are developing an integrated digitalization program that is underpinned by the establishment of an innovation and digital fund.
Hot Issues shows Sundays at 2 p.m. on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
The search is over. The best of Ghana's beauty, culture and talent have been selected. Meet the 16 incredible ladies who will represent their regions and compete for the coveted title of Ghana's most beautiful with grace, intelligence and charm.
We'll find colorful beads, each one of them telling a story. Immerse yourselves in the vibrant festivals that brings the Upper West region to life.
They'll showcase the rich heritage and diversity of Ghana. Join us on this thrilling journey as we honor the nation's heritage. Ghana's most beautiful premieres on the 28th of July at the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, live on TV3 at 8 p.m. Don't miss it.
Our guest this week on Today's Woman is one that you need in your life. She's a gynecologist. So all that you have studied and doing as a gynecologist wasn't enough. You had to add oncology to it.
Yes.
Please, what's the meaning of that?
So gynecological oncology is basically taking care of female cancers.
She's practiced for 14 years and she's got too much to download in the world of healthcare, especially when it comes to you being a woman. What's the best part about your job?
The best part is saving lives. Some patients can come in a very bad state, and with the help of your team, mother goes home with her baby or the mother is saved, and those days are very fulfilling.
Today's Woman with Cookie Tea shows Saturdays at 3 p.m. on TV3. Brought to you by Vlisco.
This is the show that brings finality to all the critical issues. It is the stage where all the facts are checked, issues thoroughly interrogated, opinions shaped, and debates settled. But over here, we do more than just talk. We resolve problems. We hold those in power accountable. We address all the key happenings in society, from politics to health to education to everything you deem important. And we will center the voice of the ordinary Ghanaian. This is the show that sets the agenda.
Agenda, coming soon on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
Your favorite programs on TV3 are switching times. Sports Station, which reviews the best sports action on Monday, is now at 5 p.m. And GPL Express eases you into the weekend at 2 p.m. on Saturday. So same shows, revamped, more analytical, but more engaging and better on TV3.
An inspiring tale of love, hope, and perseverance. This is Faltu, which means useless. Being born into a feudal family in rural Rajasthan means Faltu faces ill treatment and disrespect from everyone except her father and her cousin Pratap. Having been born a girl child, Faltu defies societal norms and fights against all odds to achieve her dreams of becoming a cricketer. Fate brings Faltu into contact with Ayan, a former cricketer from Mumbai who is visiting her village.
फालतू के क्रिकेट ने इतना बड़ा नुकसान करवा दिया मेरा.
Impressed by Faltu's strength and determination, Ayan helps her to pursue her dreams of being a professional cricketer, falling in love with her in the process. Ayan is engaged to Tanisha, a woman from his extended family circle. Will Faltu and Ayan overcome the numerous obstacles to their love? Get all the answers to these questions and more in Faltu, a tale of hope, determination, and love. Faltu, premiering 29th July 2024 on TV3 at 6 p.m.
Join us for an enlightening journey at the TV3 Edu Fair, where knowledge meets opportunity. Whether you're a student, parent, or educator, this event is a chance for you to connect to the brightest and biggest institutions in Ghana and across the world. Whether you're looking for secondary school options, university programs, master's degree, professional courses, or looking to study abroad, on-the-spot admission at TV3 Edu Fair 2024 at Alisa Hotel, Northridge on the 2nd and 3rd of August 2024. As a participant, discover endless possibilities from interactive workshops, career guidance, educational exhibitions, scholarship interviews, panel discussions, amongst many others, as well as connecting and networking as you plan ahead. Register to be a vendor if you are a school, an educational institution, an institute of higher learning, an education materials provider or producer, an edutech service provider, or a financial company with student and parent-focused products or services by calling 0532-200-927 or 0244-358-976 or 0554-281069 to register now. Admission is absolutely free. TV3 EduFair is proudly sponsored by Center for Higher International Education Facilitation.
Obiaba anwoko obiaba anwoko ti esrem na omunhwe onye bibi kakra emaye yema nankasa ye nkrofo na ahwasoma ne ba no omummo ye ne mlafom nanka ye obi antimi ntobi na kutasika kutu ebi kura otimi atobi akodi.
Government should put in place policies that will help reduce the prices.
We are suffering too much because the fuel, if it come down and then everything is down. But if the fuel go up, then everything go up. You see, we are doing Okada here. The way the fuel go up, if we are going to take passengers, I don't agree.
I swear, we are going to die. The government is so smart. But this is election time. You get me? Like I'm demo. I swear I will increase again. I'll find a mix of way to manage it.
Omuko in and out lorry fare and San Adriane, where and now more SS universities no. Provisions, say more cry ya two provisions, me look as Siena, then I acquire me ton of 45, and then I make any say no, me ton of 55. Moon to so, and yes, I am over 3.
Well, those were the expectations of the larger Ghanaian populace. Expectation is that the budget, the media budget would address some of these fundamental issues, such as the market woman or the lady you saw sells in the market, the price of food items on the market going up even in the harvesting season. Bear that in mind, we're in a harvesting season, but prices of food items are going up. So you hear the market woman say, you know what, I would rather want to hear policies that would help bring prices of food items on the market down? Because if they are down, people won't just come and, he says, go for bar, only means that they just come and ask the price, they don't buy, they go. You hear the driver, commercial driver, talking about the price of fuel. They want policies that would help reduce the price of fuel at the pumps. So it is food, fuel, and finance that defines the economy. But were the expectations met? That's the fundamental question that we put to a number of them, including my guests who are joining me in the studio right now. Shortly, we'll be joined by Dr. Charles Nyaba, who is the former executive director of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana, because there was an issue on planting for food and jobs we'll touch on. Also, Professor Bransford Jampo is a professor of political science at the University of Ghana, Legon, because the budget is not just a fiscal document, but also a document that borders on governance, because it defines how the next 6 months, in terms of policy, the direction of government will be. Joe Jackson is the acting CEO of Dalex Finance. He's a financial analyst, international repute. He's joining us in the studio as well. I'd also have Professor Patrick Esuming, who is an associate professor at the University of Ghana Business School. He's a development economist. Will be joining us. In fact, we'll be hearing from some market women as well as we go on. I want to, demystify this whole conversation about finance the best way possible so we can all relate to what is going on. Mr. Jackson, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Good to be here.
It's good to have you. Let's hear from the finance minister talking about growth and the fact that all the indicators of the economy are trending towards the right direction. Take a look.
Over the last 2 years, government has embarked on a number of decisive measures to get us back on the path of fiscal consolidation, economic stability, and growth. And I'm happy to note that these policies we have implemented are yielding the expected results. Growth continues to exceed our expectations. The 4.7% growth rate reported by the Ghana Statistical Service for the first quarter 2024 exceeds the 3.1% recorded in the same period in 2023.
Well, so that's the finance minister's verdict of the state of the economy and matters arising. Mr. Jackson says the economy is rebounding, stronger than anticipated, decline in inflation, and a boost in gross international reserves, and so on and so forth. But before we even hear from finance minister, let's talk about the issue of inflation, right? Because he also did some trend analysis of inflation and why we have to be excited about this. Take a look.
Inflation is declining. End June inflation rate of 22.8%, a reduction of 31 percentage points from the December 2022, which confirms the target of 15% by end 2024 is possible.
So inflation now is 22.8%. He said the target, end year target is 15%. But if I talk to the person out there watching us, they say that to the extent that price of food items are still high, what is the essence of the inflation and why should we be excited about this? Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, and good morning to all my colleagues in Dalex Finance. It's good to be here.
Indeed.
Listen, one of the challenges you have is translating those figures about inflation into what the common man feels. Now, inflation is really the rate of increase of prices. The rate of increase. So, if you say inflation is 50% today, it means year on year prices are going up by 50%. If you say it has come down to 20%, all you are saying is that it will still go up, but the rate of going up
will be slow.
Will be slower. If I go to buy a bag of rice and the price has gone up, please, a reduction in inflation means that when I go next time, the price would have gone up by maybe less than it went up before. But it does not mean at all that the price will continue to go up. So when you have inflation still in the 20s, what it means is that if I bought something for 100 cedis, I could reasonably expect it to go up to what? 120 cedis.
Not a reduction.
Not a reduction. So when you trumpet a reduction in inflation, it's almost, you see, there's a set, and that's why there's a disconnect between what the common man feels in his pocket and what was presented. A reduction in inflation hasn't changed anything for me. To the extent that as I said, right, and I always give this analogy, 2 years ago, January, paid 6,000 cedis, you earned $1,000. Today, you are paid 6,000 cedis, you earn less than $400.
When you do this conversion of salaries into dollars, it gives some of us a heart attack.
But it shouldn't.
That's
if we don't embed this in our psyche, we will take the wrong financial decisions. We'll have the wrong expectations. The truth of the matter is that you feel the pain. And telling me that the inflation has come down is good to the extent that your pain may be less going forward, but there's still a lot of pain. That's something, and you've got to always remember, inflation is the rate of increase.
Not a reduction in the price.
No.
Something.
No. Definitely not.
So if you hear the finance minister talk about the indicators trending, all of them trending in the right direction, it's a fact, is it not?
Oh, it's a fact. Definitely a fact. Listen, you've got to give the mid-year budget review its credit. Every single macroeconomic indicator is trending in the right direction. However, but you've got to interpret the numbers, because the numbers are presented to you in a really nice manner, but you've got to interpret them. I want to kick off by talking about growth. Growth was really tempered. And growth means that there's an increase in the level of activity in the economy. Right? That sounds good. And that means that all things being equal, I've reverted to my economist background.
Absolutely.
All things being equal, if we are doing more work and earning more income, then over time, all of us should feel the benefit, isn't it? Small catch. And very important catch. That growth was driven by oil and gold exports.
Oil and gold exports?
Yes. Look at the numbers. If you look at the numbers carefully, you would see that there have been significant increases in the value of gold exports and oil exports.
Yeah, we'll put a few things on the screen. That's the mid-year budget review.
Yes.
Some statistics that you talked
right
about.
Now,
fact,
the challenge about gold and oil exports, first of all, about oil, is that oil exports don't permeate through this country. The effect of the oil, listen, when you export $100 worth of oil, only $17 comes back to feed this economy.
That is the 17% we get.
as the 70% you get. If you export gold, sometimes even less comes back. Sometimes as little as 6%. So what happens is that the few companies, the few individuals, the few organizations that sit at the helm of the export of gold and oil are the ones enjoying. That lady in the corner selling wachi doesn't feel anything. And to make it worse, remember that corruption could be leaking as much as 40% of all our revenue away. So corruption now forms another umbrella, so that when the rain falls, it falls on the umbrella, and the ordinary Ghanaian is underneath the umbrella and doesn't feel the effect. So there is growth, and the growth can be trumpeted because the numbers are not wrong, but there's no development.
Because
there's no development. There's no development. So when I open my tattered wallet and look inside, it's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. There's nothing I can do about that. And that's you see, and that's the disconnect. It's easy to trumpet, and Paul means go on trumpeting the growth rates. But show me how that growth is changing for somebody in the street. Show me how it's changing, and I look around the studio and I'll ask. If you ask the cameraman and the producer and others, what is changing? When you go to the market, are you feeling this growth? When you go to the pharmacy shop, are you feeling this growth? My simple answer is no.
You see, and the analysis that you put to the growth brings home the meaning of the statistics and why we should look beyond it. You see, because as I always say, if you're doing an analysis of the state of the economy, it's not so much about what you say. It's a lot more about how people feel.
Good.
Is it not?
There's even one thing else. Remember that the common man, all of us have been repeatedly battered by inflation. Repeatedly hammered by inflation. So they're feeling down and you're trumpeting growth. In any case, the thing about growth is that there's always a lag between, by lag means there'll be some time between when the growth happens and when the rest of us feel it. So even in the best of times, there'll be a lag. And we are not in the best of times. We are in the worst of times.
We're in the worst of times? That's not consistent with what the finance minister said. He said the economy is rebounding.
Listen.
It's looking good.
Forgive me.
So why
Alfred, forgive me. The finance minister is a politician. We're in election season. Please put on a filter. Put on a filter about. He has to play politics. So he will trumpet the good news. And because the numbers truly are trending in the right direction, he will say it's fantastic. But forgive me, there's a huge disconnect between numbers trending in the right direction and what I feel in my pocket. That's just what it is. And unless we get to the point where there is that disconnect is addressed, it's wrong. And to make it even more tough for me, you trumpet the good news. You trumpet the exciting things. Right? It's almost as if you are belittling my pain. It's almost as if you are belittling my pain. It's almost as if you are discounting it and almost gaslighting the common man by saying, oh, things are good. When I look in my life and things are not good.
You feel gaslighted?
You're talking about growth. You're talking about improvement in lifestyles. You're talking about all these exciting things. Take a walk down the street. Take a walk down our markets. Ask them whether they feel what you're talking about. It's not just me. Actually, to be honest with you, if maybe I'm blessed, right? And the pain is there, but there's a little bit more fat to accommodate the pain. My size is can't be hidden. There are people in this town who are so slim that they are to the bone already. Any more pain and they are in trouble.
So the fundamental issue is that the statistics, the growth rate, inflation, all this must make meaning in the lives of the ordinary Ghanaian.
They have to. This is, well, the budget ultimately has to deliver the development. As a politician, your remit wasn't to come and deliver numbers. It was to show a difference in my wallet.
Your wallet?
Yes, in my pocket, in my standard of living. That's your remit. So if ultimately it's not the numbers trending in the right position, it is my standard of living trending in the right position.
And your standard of living is not trending in the right direction.
It can't. It's not. It's not. Remember, we've been so battered that it's going to take a long time for us to even recover to where we were before. Yes. And that's why there's this element of this huge disconnect between the optimism expressed because they're politicians and we're in a political season, and the pessimism felt by the ordinary Ghanaian. And that's why I would say when you walk down the street, people feel almost gaslighted by the mid-year budget review. That, of course, there was reference to the pain that you're facing.
Yeah,
but the optimism was so high.
He says, we feel your pain. Government feels your pain.
Yes.
And bears with you. That's what you're going through. But at this point, let me acknowledge the presence of Nano Heninto, who is a senior advisor to the leader of the Movement for Change, Alan Kojo Manteng, a former general secretary of the ruling New Patriotic Party.
You won't let me alone on this one.
And also an ace broadcast journalist for that matter. He was hosting Talking Point 40 years, almost 40 years ago, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Something. Yes.
No, Hinito, it's good to have you.
80s up to the 90s.
Yeah, that's right. Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you.
Also, joining us is Professor Ransford Jampo, as I indicated earlier. Number of you sending messages about his whereabouts. Well, he's been found and he's here. Professor Ransford Jampo is a professor of political science, a governance expert of international repute. Professor Ransford Jampo, it's good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning. We used not to be happy with you at all growing up.
Why is that?
We want to watch our Akan drama.
Yeah, and, right.
They say Talking Point.
Very right.
And Nano Hininto is posting Talking Point.
So
you were young then?
Yes. And then you have 1 hour of Talking Point. Talking Point.
I was in GBT with the old guy.
Yeah, I know.
And the 1 hour would never end. It will never end for us to watch our
Let me tell you this interesting thing about Talking Point those days. I was traveling on state transport to Kumasi, and then there was a problem with the bus, so we had to come off. We were standing by the roadside on the Kumasi road. There were these 2 young girls, maybe about 10, 12, and then one of them said, "He's the one." Then the other one said, "No, he's not." And then I realized it was about me, so I pretended I wasn't paying attention. Then one of them said, "Let's go and ask him." Then the other said, "You go." So they approached me and said, "Good morning, sir." I said, "Good morning." He said, are you the one we've been seeing on Talking Point? I said, yes. Ah, do you watch Talking Point? They said, yes. I said, wow, do you enjoy it? Do you understand what we discussed? They said, yes. So I asked them, what work does your father do? He's a lecturer at the University of Science and Technology. I said, that's why.
That's right.
So there were some kids,
can relate.
very exceptional kids, who used to enjoy
very exceptional. Because we want to go and watch our Akan drama in somebody's room, and they say we should bath before you go there, and we have taken our bath. We are waiting. And then
it takes us back.
Well, you know, the world has changed. Right? I remember there were episodes of Akan drama they won't allow us to watch.
Okay.
Because we're kids and we're supposed to be sensitive.
That's right. So Professor Ransford Jampo is here. Also, will be joining us in a bit. Dr. Charles Nyaba is former executive director of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana. Professor Patrick Esumi is also going to be joining us in a bit. But, Mr. Jackson, your diagnosis of the mid-year economic situation is that what the finance minister said, yes, the indicators, as he indicated, are right, they are correct, they are accurate. But the disconnect with your personal economy is where the issue is. In fact, businesses also had some expectations as well, that some policies will be put in place to reduce the rate of depreciation of the cedi against the dollar. The finance minister did an analysis of why he thinks that the situation is better than before. Let's open the cedi year-on-year. The cedi year-on-year analysis that the finance minister did. And first of all, let's take a listen to the finance minister talk about the exchange rate and why he makes the point that the exchange rate, as compared to January to June 2023, is better than January to June 2024. Take a look.
Exchange rate has largely stabilized compared to December 2022, despite the recent pressures. The 18.6% depreciation rate to the US dollar as of June 2024 represents an improvement over the 22% recorded for the same period last year.
Well, so that's the finance minister there, that it did that year-on-year analysis of the exchange rate. January to June 2023, the exchange rate, the rate of depreciation against the cedi against the dollar was 22%, which is true. January to June 2024, the rate of exchange is 18%, the depreciation of the cedi against the dollar. But what he fails to do, Mr. Jackson, and if you corroborate that for me, is that there is no talk about the cost of the inflation to you, the business people. So that if in June 2023, a dollar was going for 11 cedis 50 pesos, in June 2024, we're having a dollar at the time sold for 15 cedis 50 pesos. So let's do an analysis. Let's flip to the next one. So Dr. Charles Nyaba, who is a businessman, needs $10,000. In June 2023, he had to cop off 115,000 cedis to get $10,000. Fast forward to June 2024, he needed 155,000 cedis for the same amount of dollars. So what that means is you needed a difference of about 40,000 cedis more to get the same amount of dollars. So what's, Mr. Jackson, from your perspective, does the finance minister's diagnosis of the exchange rate really fit the reality of the situation as we have it?
Okay, I want you to go back to the slide before that talks about the rate of depreciation. And here again, the finance minister is putting the best spin he can on a really horrendous situation. Remember, The rate of depreciation just means that the rate at which the CD is losing value. And he says the CD was losing value at a rate of what? 23%.
Yes.
It is still losing value, but at a nice new rate in his terms of 18%. First of all, forgive me, but that difference may not even be statistically significant. Put that one aside. What this tells us is that it's not as if the CD is not losing value. The CD continues to lose value, but at a slower rate. It's the same as the issue of inflation. It does not translate to much comfort for any business. Because when you see, as a business, when you tell me that the CD is stable, I expect that I can plan on the same exchange rate for some time. That's not what he's saying. Not at all. He's calling stability a reduction in the rate of depreciation. I'm a poor businessman, I sell money, but I beg to differ that, Minister, this your definition, it doesn't sit with us business people. And ask any businessman that when he says the rate is stable, is he talking about he wants to know that today it was 15 CDs, 15.5. Tomorrow it's 15.5. Or it went up or down by a small figure that he can deal with. Not that it's still going down and you call that stable.
Oh, I say he says it was 16 cities at some point. It's come back down to 15 city 40. So, yeah.
The second issue is that, listen, the balance sheets of businesses have been decimated by the exchange rate. I like the second slide you showed, because if you are an industry, you are a trader, you are a manufacturer, whatever you're doing, let's say you had your inputs. Remember that a lot of us, the inputs comes from imported items. So if you had 600,000 CDs as your working capital, 2 years ago, it could buy $100,000. Today, it's $40,000. It's less than $40,000. So you are in deep trouble. In fact, year on year, you still have to cough up another 40,000 CDs to make up just $10,000 year on year. So your working capital is decimated. It's difficult to plan. And remember that the issue that has always been at stake is this. When you go to the port where the taxes are collected, the taxes being collected are indexed to the dollar. And the same government that tells us that keep your prices in cedis, stabilize your prices, is changing them by the week at the port. So when you talk about stable prices, you see, remember that it's easy to tell me that, oh, VAT has been stable, it's been 15%. But your VAT at the port changes every week based on the exchange rate. So that the impact of this, of the decline in the value of the CD, of the, it hits us not only in terms of how much we need to buy to get, it hits us constantly by increasing the revenue, the taxes that we are charged.
I see.
So some of us may say, are we surprised that the GRA will exceed its targets?
Why? That's not worth commending them for?
Please, there's some irony in a country where we claim we don't collect enough taxes. We claim that compared to our peers, and which is true, compared to our peers, we don't collect enough taxes. We are suffering because we can't, there's no space in our budget. and yet the revenue collection agency is always exceeding its target. Again, isn't that the kind of disconnect we have that doesn't make sense? Isn't there some irony in claiming on one hand that the revenue collection agency has exceeded its target and turning around and saying we need more money?
Or we don't pay enough taxes.
Or we don't pay enough taxes?
So is it because of the target that's given to the GRA, or there's something
you
wrong
set
somewhere?
your own target. You know, as a customer service devotee, they say you under-promise and over-deliver. I think GRA is always under-promising and over-delivering. But as a business, I'll tell you this. I feel sorry for the businesses who went to listen to the mid-year budget review thinking there were any reliefs coming.
Why, there are no reliefs in this mid-year budget review?
There are absolutely no reliefs.
Okay, I'll hold you on to that. I'll come to you with why you say so. Dr. Charles Nyaba is joining us as well, former Executive Director of Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana. If you want to talk about his analysis of the PFJ Phase 1 and the Minister talking about PFJ Phase 2 and why we're even having an increases in food prices in the harvesting season, he's the best man to talk about this. Dr. Charles Nyaba, it's good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. I had to pull him from the farm this morning to join us, so I appreciate you making that sacrifice to be with us.
Yeah.
But Nana Into, so I mean, I brought in Mr. Jackson this morning because apart from understanding what the figures mean, he communicates it in the most efficient way, so we understand beyond the figures what meaning it should have in our lives. Did you feel any connection with a number of things that the finance minister talked about in this mid-year budget review?
Thank you very much, Alfred. And I'm happy my good old brother and friend is with us on the set this morning, Joe. Alfred, I think this is what some of us have been talking about all this while. And for some strange reason, the government doesn't seem to understand. And I don't know why, because, well, maybe I should understand. You remember, is it last week or about 2 weeks ago, I brought you a picture of tomatoes that I bought myself.
Yes, it was last week.
Yeah, last week. And listening to Joe, I'm asking myself, so if the Minister of Finance is listening to Joe, and I'm sure they'll be listening to us this morning, and the President and the Vice President, Dr. Baumia, is listening, or somebody is listening to go and inform them, will they still insist that if you tell me you have reviewed GDP growth because things have improved? According to the minister's statement, overall GDP growth has been revised upwards because the prospects are so good. The economic prospects are so great. So GDP growth has been revised from 2.8% to 3.1%. And so we should be very happy, and that the economy is on the rebound. Use those words, rebound. And that growth deflator scaled down from 20.2% to 17.5%. I tried to teach myself a little economics on this growth deflator and all of that. And it just means that you are doing something that would improve the value of your currency, and so therefore affect the prices of goods and services. So I looked at these numbers, and then I also checked the prices in town. And I'm asking, so all of these nice figures, what do they mean to majority of Ghanaians? Joe has been talking about the business sector, which is one of the big issues now, because that immediately translates into what consumers also pay for, yes. And I'm happy he referred to the calculation of duties at the port. You are telling Ghanaians, people in certain areas of business, real estate, for example, you are telling people they should not charge rent in dollars. So they should import cement in dollars. They should import iron rods in dollars. And then build houses and not charge rent in dollars. When the currency in which they are building, cedi, is not taking them anywhere. So there is a huge disconnect, very big disconnect. Two, I don't see why, after we keep going around in circles, we play games, and I would say we simply play games with the numbers. Because even growth, the growth that we're talking about, is it reducing poverty? I don't see poverty being reduced. In fact, poverty is on the increase. According to IMF World Bank statistics of Ghana, poverty in Ghana is on the increase. So if we are growing at XYZ% GDP and our exchange rate depreciation is, I was listening to Joe, is just slowing down. And the government is telling us that things have improved or things are improving. There is indeed a very big disconnect. Now, Alfred.
Yes, sir.
I think we should really ask government some serious questions and demand some answers beyond the PR that governments generally, and this government in particular, insists on doing with our very lives and with the economy. Because, you see, I'm saying this because there are issues that are coming up around this time. People are touting the achievements of this Akufo-Addo government, to the extent that we've gotten ourselves into some unnecessary mess of he being the best president that ever happened to Ghana since independence. What do I care about the best president when today I cannot buy food? Look, if you have 1,000 cedis today, if you have 1,000 cedis, you think it's a lot of money. If you have 500 cedis, you think it's a lot of money. Try buying 1 tuber of yam and a few fruits of tomatoes and a little onion and maybe 1 medium-sized smoked fish. I am saying this because I do the marketing myself. And I've been doing this. Is a character that I cannot do away with.
I think I've been doing this on this table do the same.
Yes.
For example.
Yeah. So ordinarily, ordinarily, 1,000 cedis ought to be a lot of money. For some strange reason, yesterday I was musing with myself and I was thinking about what used to be called 100 pounds or 100 cedis when we were young. There was a little sack. Those days, the Bank of Ghana will print 100 pounds on it or 100 cedis. And you call it, your friend Sikaboto. Sikaboto ma. That is a lot. 100 cedis. When we moved from colonial time, I was young, Nkrumah came and introduced the cedi. The Bank of Ghana had some little jute sack. And when they give you a jute sack full of money, that is 100 cedis. 100 cedis will be like today about 10 million Ghana cedis or 1 million or something huge. Today we are handling 1,000 Ghana cedis, 10,000 Ghana cedis. I didn't have the habit. My kids, my older kids are in the US. I had determined that I wasn't going to ask them for any help because they've started their lives. They are young people, they got married, they have kids. In the last few weeks, I've had to talk to them that, look, Daddy is feeling the pinch. I felt so bad that I had to talk to my boy Enoch. And he said, oh, Daddy, don't worry. One of my sons is in Tama. He said, look, Daddy, we understand. If you have a problem, talk to us. I didn't want to do that. And now I'm being forced to talk to my kids. and I'm still very strong and active.
Things are so hard that now men will have to go to the market because you don't want to give money for people to just mishandle. You want to hold it well, so you yourself you go.
In my case, the big reason.
We make a because
I wanted to caution. Me, that's not the reason why I go to. But the reason why is that sometimes the vegetables they will bring. It's funny, the quality. Yeah. But when you show up, sometimes the women, they give you a bit of respect, you know, and you can say, oh, this one, I don't like the way it's getting rotten, and they will change it. So that usually about the quality.
The point is that when they see you, some of them, when they see you there, at the, oh, Prof, let me go and do it for you. Then they take your money, and then they go and bring you something small.
Oh, no,
so
that's
you
why
yourself, you go and watch Philly.
But at least when I go there,
things are so hard that you cannot just be giving money to.
As for some of those little things,
it ends up not achieving the purpose.
But see, I felt so bad. I said, because there was a time when I used to send the money from here to the US. I used to send the money whenever they are hard up. So when things turn around like this, I was like, this one, it took me a bit of effort. But I'm just saying that, look, let's not kid ourselves. President Akufo-Addo should get out of this PR dream. The finance minister should get away from trying to paint pictures. We, the people in the streets, in businesses, in the markets, the people who are living day-to-day lives are the ones who should tell the president and this government whether it has done well or not. They should stop bothering us with this. We are living the reality. You see, now, if today, and I said this on one of the radio stations recently, I will repeat it here. I will actually plead or ask President Akufo-Addo to come and apologize to Ghanaians.
Why? For what?
On the exchange rate. One reason, exchange rate. He should come and apologize. Why? 2016, on his campaign trail,
$2,
he said
$1 cedi.
$2 was 1 cedi, and that Atamils and Jomama have to come and apologize to Ghanaians. Not just that, they should humbly and honorably resign and go and sit somewhere and think about themselves, rather than asking Ghanaians to vote for them again. After 2 cedis to $1, moved to 16 cedis to $1 under Akufo-Addo's watch. The president is telling us that he is more justified than John Mahama at the time to be asked to be voted for his party to be voted for Dr. Bawumia, who for the last 8 years, the president told us he had handed the economy over to Bawumia. Now Bawumia is telling us that it is only when he becomes president. So meantime, what should we be doing?
Well, that's why the finance minister is telling you that
we should do what? Suspend our lives.
Between January and June last year,
yes,
as compared to January and June this year,
yes,
the situation with the exchange rate is better.
So when it became better, what did it do to the price of yam? When it became better, what did it do to the price of petrol? When it became better, what did it do to the price that we pay for our daily life? We are not arguing about numbers. We are talking about businesses. What did it do to food production? Because you see, the other time, in this review, they talked about how much money has been spent on planting for food and jobs.
We'll get there.
Yes. So, you see, if you tell me you've spent 2 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion Ghana cedis planting for food and jobs, and I go into the market and a tuber of yam is about, say, even 30, 40, or a little below that, I will not even think about how much you spent. Yeah. I won't even worry. A lot of Ghanaians may not even want, not that we don't need accountability, but I'm simply saying that the reality of our lives is at complete variance with what the Minister of Finance and the government is telling us about the economy. And it is as if majority of Ghanaians are rather the stupid ones who don't realize that things have improved and are not applauding the government and only see negativities. And the kind of language that sometimes comes out of the government and personalities with the government, that is what really worries me. As if, Sebi, life is not getting better, but it is getting worse. I don't get that kind of attitude. That is a big worry for me.
But if you hear the finance minister acknowledging, he says you acknowledge your pain. But,
how? How does he acknowledge it?
He said that.
By saying, I acknowledge your pain. If you acknowledge my pain, do something that will relieve that pain. If you're a Christian, the Bible says that if you visit a fellow and the fellow is in need, you don't say, oh, I'll pray for you, God will bless you. Oh, God feed you, the person is feeling cold. Oh, God make you feel warm. And you don't provide a shirt. You don't provide food. You use your mouth to say, the Lord will provide, God will bless you. He said that Christianity is empty. So if the finance minister says he feels my pain, he feels the pain of Ghanaians, we want to see something done that will reduce the price of food, something that will reduce the price of fuel, something that will reduce the cost of doing business.
As finance.
Then, if the finance minister or president or anybody tells me, Ghanaians, fellow Ghanaians, I feel your pain. From tomorrow, go to the market. You will find that the price of yam has dropped to this and that. And of course, I can tell you, the price of yam is not going to drop unless and until you do certain things practically with the economy, with the investment in the productive sectors, with corruption. And I heard Joe talk about it. Look, according to the Auditor General's report, the latest one, from irregularities and corruption-related behavior within the public sector, the government loses close to 18 billion Ghana cedis a year. 18 billion Ghana cedis a year.
That's more than the 3 billion.
Can you imagine, when I checked how many dollars divided by 15, 18 billion divided, let me do it right now. Let's just check. 18 billion.
If you are using
just today's,
that's 15 cedis, 50 pesos. Let's do 15.50.
15 cedis?
50 pesos, yes.
15.5. Mm-hmm. $1.16 billion. $1.161 billion lost to corruption and irregularities. Irregularities of purchases, of government contracts, of sole sourcing, of this and that. And this is documented. And somebody tells me that corruption is only a perception. And that when the Auditor General has put figures, hard statistics, you, the government, want us to believe in your statistics. The statistics you bring about GDP, about exchange rate decrease, and inflation slowing down, and so on and so on. You want us to believe those statistics. And the government's own auditor does this very highly professional and scientific work. One Auditor General was sacked by this president because he was too critical. These are the matters that will change the economic environment and reduce prices of goods and services and reduce the cost of living. Then we can say, when the president or his finance minister brings us numbers, then those numbers, we won't argue. Mm-hmm. But as of today, what the president and his government, his finance minister is telling us, and what we are living, they are like night and day.
Well, Mr. Jackson, I know is going to have to leave us in a bit, but any time this comes up, I remember 3 years ago, I sat with a deputy finance minister. I put some of these things to him, said to me that it takes a while for these positive indicators to trickle down to some of these things that Anohinito refers to. So it's in his words then, simplistic analysis of the economy.
You see,
if we
Those are the words
make
he used. That's very
references
insulting. If those are the words he used.
If we make references to the indicators not trickling down to the market woman.
Alfred, I hope that he didn't use those words. I hope he didn't use...
I actually can pull up the...
Please do.
Yeah. Mr. Jackson, would that be a justifiable defense that, yes, as you have indicated, what the finance minister said in terms of the indicators, they are correct, they are accurate. But to say that it's not reflecting in my individual pocket or my state of the economy as an individual is simplistic, because it's going to take a while for these indicators to reflect positively in our lives.
Listen, we don't elect a government to give us indicators. We elect a government to give us development. You see, unless we, when we don't have development to show, then all of a sudden our recourse is to the indicators. Literally, it be inflation we go chop, or it be yam you go chop. It is yam. And I don't, to the man in the street, he doesn't care about how much your growth you are experiencing. He doesn't care about how much inflation is. All he cares is when he picks up his wallet, opens it up, looks at the money in there, takes it to buy something, and his standard of living has improved. So, as much as I understand that there's a lag and a time between indicators improving and
the trickle-down effect.
Trickle-down effect. I will tell you that it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference. When things are trending in the right direction, we will, but then at the same time, wait till they have had effect before you demand applause.
At some point, we had jobless growth, remember?
Yes.
In this country.
And I'm telling you that now, the growth we are experiencing, there's no development. The growth we are experiencing is not reflective. And there are reasons why it is not doing so. Remember, earlier on in this program, I told you that the growth was driven by oil. Increases in the value of oil we push out. How much of that oil comes back? Increases in the value of gold that we push out. How much comes back? The thing that we do that gives us comfort, cocoa. We have destroyed the cocoa industry. We've destroyed the cocoa industry through galamsey, through inattention, through corruption. We've now gone to the IMF to seek money, a grant, to help us fix the cocoa industry. Listen, things are tough. And it is not, as much as numbers trending in the right direction is good. It means, possibly means improvement down the road today. And the mid-year budget review was for the second half of the year. I don't see any of that showing in our lives between now and the end of the year.
Even with the finance minister's position that we're now cutting our coat, we've always talked about governance costs, the cost of governance, so that if we are being asked to tighten our belts and so on, you expected a certain reciprocal act on the part of government. Finance minister says appropriation has been cut down by 21.7 billion. That's an indication that they are cutting their coat according to their size.
Cutting which coat according to which size? Is this, have we reduced the size of the government? Do we still not have a minister for sanitation?
Yes.
A minister for local government? Do we still not have a minister for transport? Aviation. A minister for aviation? A minister for railway? A minister, and I could go on and on and on. Have we reduced the size of government to the point where we can stand up and say that we've done so and so and so? We haven't. We haven't. And it is indicative that both, or not even both, all the leading presidential candidates are all saying that they will reduce the size of government. And yet the government that is there has been deaf to this. Even the vice president now tells us that when he comes to power, he will reduce the size of government. And we started talking about reducing the size of government 3-4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, even from day one. Nothing has happened. And yet all the leading candidates say they will reduce the size of government. What does that tell you? That the size of this government is wrong. The size of this government is not fit for purpose. The size of this government is too big a burden on the public purse. Otherwise, why is the vice president himself saying that? He's telling you in a roundabout way that, hey, my current size of government is wrong. Why would you change it if it was right?
Say 50. I think it says 50.
Says the numbers change, but the relevant thing is, he says he's going to drop from over 100 to what, 50. That should tell you something.
So Joe, appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me also acknowledge the presence of Professor Patrick Assuming. He's an associate professor at University of Ghana Business School. He's a development economist. Professor Patrick Assuming, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Hello, Prof. Oh, okay, we'll connect with him. Professor Rasford Jampo, and this budget, beyond it being a fiscal document, it also borders on governance, borders on individual lives, for that matter. You also feel the connection with the details of the indicators, or otherwise?
Well, thank you very much. I must first of all say that, you know, I very much like this particular finance minister. He was an affable student leader during our student days.
I see.
And yes, I knew him, Mohammed Amin Anta, very affable student leader when we were students. And so I used to admire him. When he was brought in...
You used to admire him?
Yes, at that time. At that time. Well, I still admire him. And when he was brought into government from his role as a civil society leader, I liked it because he was working in the area that I love most, you know, the natural resource, you know, oil sector. And so I liked him so much. But then
the African Center for Energy Policy.
Yes, African Center for Energy Policy. That was where he used to work.
Yes.
And in my own research publications, I've done a lot in publishing about governance and then also natural resource management. And so he was one of the people, or he's still been one of the people that I admire. But I was a bit worried when he was asked to take over as finance minister because I thought there was too much mess and he shouldn't be the one to carry the mess that had been created. And so straight away I knew it was going to be difficult for him. Somebody has created a mess. Yes, we needed a replacement of Ken Oforiatta, but I didn't think that such a fine, affable gentleman should be the one to carry the mess. It shouldn't be him, it shouldn't be Abner, maybe someone else. But because there's been a lot of mess that, frankly, he can't do nothing. He can't do anything about, about the mess that has been created. And unfortunately, the mess would now begin to taint how affable he is, and people would want to use the mess that he can't do anything about to judge his future ambitions. And I'm a bit worried. See, as a people, we've nurtured the penchant for governing in the winds rather than governing the people. We've nurtured the penchant for governing in the winds rather than governing the people. Now, so what is good governance? When we talk about good governance in political science, we explain it in terms of the effective and efficient management of scarce resources. You see, the idea is that resources are scarce. Resources are not enough to be able to satisfy every demand, every need, and every want. So they are scarce, they are limited. The idea of good governance is one's ability to effectively, underline the word, effectively
and efficient.
And efficiently, see, ability to effectively and efficiently manage the scarce resources of the land such that they translate into developmental outcomes that are tangibly reflected in the lives of the people. That's good governance. Effective and efficient management of scarce resources to translate into developmental outcomes that can tangibly be reflected in the lives of the people. So we are talking about tangible reflection. Once upon a time, there used to be a vice chancellor in my university called Ernest Aite. He governed the university so well, he never spoke about what he had done. But when students are working, when faculty members are working, they point to the kinds of things that he's done. He did this, he did that, he did this. So what he did reflected tangibly in the lives of the people. And so if you have governed well, I know, if you govern well, I would know. If you have effectively and efficiently managed our scarce resources, we would know, because they will be reflecting tangibly in the lives of us. So you don't have to tell us. I am a bit worried. I mean, I think, you know, when you guys called me today to come, I was saying that as for today, well, you said budget. I said, budget, what is there for me to speak about the budget, honestly? Okay, governing in the winds, talking about 4%, 4.7% growth in the first quarter of 2024. How has that affected us? Okay, so are we not going to move to the point where leaders will come and say that we are no longer interested in talking about the macroeconomic indicators? We want to talk about what is happening in your life. Like Jay Kufo said,
that's right.
Can't we move there? Where people, you have a leader who will say that, now I no longer care about 4% growth, 4.7% growth in GDP, but I'm interested in what is happening in your life. I want you, the budget statement this time is going to be presented by you. Now tell me what you are experiencing. Tell me what is happening in your life. Are you able to afford 3 square meals a day? Are you able to afford the cost of utility tariffs? Are you able to do this? Are you able? Can't we move towards this? It's like as a nation, we continue to tickle ourselves and laugh. Akufo-Addo came with fine promise of helping us fix the Gogisberg economy. Now he doesn't talk about it again. And we are saying that he is the best president since independence. Let's not go there.
Right.
Okay. Ignatius Kutu Echampong was not borrowing. When he declared he repudiated foreign debts through the Yen-Chia policy. Ghanaians, once upon a time, young people, there used to be a head of state called I.K. Echampong. He became head of state and said, we owe too much, so we won't pay. And people say, yeah, Yen-Chia. And then he said, Operation Feed Yourself. Everybody should have a backyard garden. Okay, all of us should be farmers. So you have your house, and at the backyard, it's only recently that we have so much inordinate desire for housing and all that. So people build, and then they don't have backyards. But if you go to the house and the homes of very old people, you see that at the backyard, they have some pineapple, they have some yam, they have some cassava, they have some plantain grown there. That was the days, these were the days of I.K. Echampong. He said everybody should have a backyard garden, and then so that we can be self-sufficient in terms of food production. Because he had repudiated the payment of all foreign debt. We know we owe, but we won't pay. So because he wasn't going to pay, then it was going to be difficult for him to go about borrowing. So he didn't borrow, but he was able to raise resources within to govern the country. How come Akufo-Addo says he's the best president since independence? He's borrowing and chopping. He's borrowing, and we are not seeing the value and the impact of the borrowing in our lives. Look, let's not go the history of the history of our independence. If you want to rank, I would arguably put J. Akufo first and put Mills Mahama second. Akufo-Addo is the last. In fact, he's the worst president in the history of the Fourth Republic. Let's not talk about independence. I mean, you cannot insult our intelligence. You don't know anything about Ghanaian politics. Okay. You don't know anything about governance of Ghana. And so leave people who have researched it to do this analysis and rankings. And stop running your mouth, comparing Akufo-Addo to who? Look at us. Yesterday, I was driving on the motorway and my heart was bleeding. You guys broke a news that somebody was crossing the motorway and then he had been knocked down by a vehicle.
Also on Thursday night. And
you go to other countries and then you ask yourself, but on motorway, what business has a pedestrian crossing? Young crossing motorway. We have traveled though. We have traveled before. I say that I now know why people growing up, people wrote behind their car, travel and see. Okay, we have traveled and we know that when you construct a motorway, it is a motorway. You don't sell the lands on the side.
Yes.
To allow people to develop.
Right.
Because can't go on the foul. Look at us. When I was schooling, every Ghanaian saw me and said, Prof, Doc, I was getting a PhD. Said, when you go and help to develop Ghana. Go and help. That's what every Ghanaian who saw me when I was a student told me. One day I was sleeping and I was thinking about this. I said, but why are they all saying that I should go and help develop Ghana? Because my president has been here before. Because my Minister of Education has been here before. Because my Vice Chancellor has been here before. Because my head of department, they've all been here before. They've seen what happens here. Why are they not using the ideas that they have all traveled to see to help develop the country? Okay, so we run our math. You see, if it is math that governs, then the pig should have been a very good animal to govern well because it has the biggest of maths. Governance is too serious a business to be turned into a math business. So I am. You see, today I want to be very charitable because the budget was presented by somebody I like. But the point is, respected Mohammed Amin, you have carried a certain mess that is denting you. Stabilization of local currency, is that what you're talking about? Akufo-Addo said, $2, 1 cedi. $2, 1 cedi. So they should come and apologize to us. So how does he feel? Are you going to say that is COVID and Ukraine? Before COVID and Ukraine, what was the exchange rate? And COVID and Ukraine has affected only Ghana.
Good, right.
I mean, how come we were not able to govern ourselves well such that it is only Ghana that we've been worst hit by COVID and Ukraine-Israeli conflict? I mean, what is wrong with us?
We're receiving some news, and please don't lose your thoughts.
Okay.
There was an armed robbery attack on the Tamale Road last night, which we have some information about. We are going to Tamale now to touch base with our my colleague Eric Mawenagbeta, who is there together with Komala Kluche for the NDC campaign launch. And I'll tell you about that armed robbery attack last night. But Mawena is there with some members of parliament.
Will be officially launching their campaign, and if you look across the park, this place is being ready for what many continue to make the argument is a grand launch for the NDC's onslaught towards December 2024. They are leaving no stone unturned. That's the conversation on the ground from the national executives and the line.
And if you look across the park, this place is being readied for what many continue to make the argument is a grand launch for the NDC's onslaught towards December 2024. They are leaving no stone unturned. That's the conversation on the ground from the national executives and the likes. They are kickstarting it here today, and from here they are going straight onto the ground to begin work towards victory come elections 2024. If you look across, the police have just come through in quite some number. There's a human barricade that's been formed. The stage is being readied. If you look across where the dignitaries are expected to be delivering speeches to a mammoth crowd, which is expected here a lot later today, that's where the speeches will be delivered. That's the other stage where a lot of the performances, because they're expecting some artists come through to come perform as well. They will be there to perform, and from the stage going, that's where you expect the dignitaries, the national executives of the party, members of parliament who are present in their numbers, who've been coming through on road, some via flights, all throughout. Since yesterday when we touched down, it's been a buzz around Tamale from the roads leading particularly to the Jubilee Park here. There's been a buzz around. There's been the sale of party paraphernalia. There have been individuals who've been on processions all throughout the town, through the Tamale Central constituency where the Jubilee Park is situated. And so preparation is largely still ongoing, and we're live here readying to get a sense of what it all looks like. Like we've been telling you all through, we'll be live here on TV3 and on 3FM and all across our media general platforms. Let me bring in the man who is hosting the entirety of the NDC, the Honorable Murtala Mohammed, who is the Tamale Central MP as well. Honorable, I appreciate that you could join us this morning. You're hosting, essentially, you've come home as well. Talk to us the significance of the NDC bringing its campaign launch to the northern region.
Well, let me first and foremost say Despa. I thought you would have learned some little Dagbani. When we say Despa, it means good morning, and your response is nah. Afternoon entry, then say nah. Evening then say nah. I just want to welcome everybody here. The NDC, we have had our campaign launch in the previous elections in other regions. Right. So it is proper that you rotate the launching. So I don't think that there's anything special why the NDC decides to have the campaign launch here. I stand to be corrected. I can't remember we have launched any campaign in this region in the 4th Republic before. I stand to be corrected. Even if we did so, I think that it should have been under former President Rawlings. And taking into consideration that the elections this year is the most keenly, or to be the most keenly election to be contested in our republic, as far as the fourth republic is concerned. More so when the two, leading candidates are all coming from the north. Though both President Mahama and Dr. Bawumia were all given birth to in this region. President Mahama was given birth to in Demongo. Then Demongo, the Savannah region, was not created. So he's a son of this region. Dr. Bawumia too was given birth to in this region, I guess in Waliwala, so which is also now part of the Northeast. So they're all from this region. The difference is that whereas Dr. Bawumia and the MPP are engaged in petty, nasty, religious and ethnic politicking, President Mahama is raising the bar very high. And I can tell you, and I've been saying this, they go to youth groups, and they have done that in Tamale. They have done that in a lot of the Zongo communities, Muslim communities. They will go sit with them, encouraging them to vote for Dr. Bawumia because he's a Muslim. They do so. Recently, I watched my brother Abu Jinapo, who said that it is not about ethnicity. When he went to Damongo, in Northeast with Dr. Bawumia, he said it is not about ethnicity, is not about religion, is not about where the person is coming from. It is about who can do the job. Yet when he was moving with the same Dr. Bawumia in northern region, He said that you should vote for Dr. Bawumia because at the Flagstaff House, you have only a Bible. If you vote for Dr. Bawumia, you have a Quran also at the Flagstaff House. That is very dangerous. And I was expecting civil society organizations who matter and also religious organizations to have condemned that particular politicking.
Right.
President Mahama is going to win these elections not on the basis of religion, not on the basis of ethnicity, but he's going to win this election on the basis of how disastrously this government has managed this economy. You remember when he was unveiling Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, he stated that Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, he chose Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh because of his profound, if you like, legislative experience. And when he said that, I said, then where is Che? Because in terms of legislative experience, Che is more experienced than Matthew Opoku Prempeh. But he said something. He said that the MPP has outperformed the NDC in all aspects of the economy. That was a palpable lie. And the man doesn't fear God when he's lying. I'll give you the facts. Take unemployment. He said, in terms of the unemployment level, they have done far better than the NDC. Why? The NDC handed over to this government an unemployment level of 8.4%. You can get it from the statistical service. Right. Today, it is 14.7%. Yet Dr. Bawumia will look into our miserable faces and tell us that they have outperformed the NDC. Let's look at inflation. Inflation was 15%. They took it to 54. Now it is around 23, 22.8, and they're telling us to clap for them. We can only clap for you if you succeed in reducing the inflation below what was bequeathed to you. Right. But as far as the inflation stands, the NDC outperformed you. And again, a gallon of petrol under the NDC was 14 cedis. Today, a liter of petrol is about 15 cedis. Mind you, you need almost 4 liters to get 1 gallon. Under the NDC, debt to GDP was a little below 60%. Today, it's over 70. In fact, they took it to over 100%. Again, cedi to the dollar. The cedi was changed to the dollar at 4 cedis 20 pesos under the NDC. Today is 16%. Now tell me, which aspects of the economy has the MPP done better than the NDC?
So for you, there is no qualms. There is nothing to debate about performance. But you will admit that the fact that Dr. Bawumia as well is coming from the north, it poses a significant challenge to the NDC in terms of the work that you have to do. If you look at the trajectory of votes since '96, when the NPP began to officially field members of parliament up until this point, your share of the votes in the northern region has consistently seen some decline. And so there's a need for some work to be done, perhaps reason why you're seeking to galvanize the base as well.
We have been able to diagnose the problem. We have been able to identify the reasons. And I can tell you, one of the reasons why the NDC seem to be losing some of the seats in northern region has nothing to do with the performance of the MPP as a political party. It has to do with, unfortunately, petty, needless internal political squabbling. Unfortunately, it has to do with petty squabbling. I can assure you, by the will of Allah, the NDC will win a minimum of 14 cities.
That's my colleague Eric Mawena Egbeta, together with Komala Kluche and the rest of the team here on your Election Command Center. Media General were represented there in the NDC's national campaign launch. This is taking place in Tamale, the Jubilee Park, as we have done here on the Election Command Center with the political parties that have had major events ahead of the election, with the outdooring of Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh and all the others that we've seen in the past. We bring you everything that you need to know, all the exclusive detail and all the sites, interviews, and every detail you need, you would get it here on your Election Command Center, TV3 FM, Onia FM, Onia TV, Akuma FM, in Kumasi, Connect FM in Takrade, 3news.com, TV3 Ghana on Facebook. So stay with us. This is the place to be throughout the day. The official program start time is 12 noon, and we're starting at exactly that time. But here on Key Point, we'll be crossing over intermittently to give you a feel of what's happening there in Tamale. Professor Rouse, for example, you're making a point, but just take a listen to the Finance Minister about some of the indicators that you mentioned, right, which does not really reflect in your life. Take a look.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 years, government has embarked on a number of decisive measures to get us back on the path of fiscal consolidation, economic stability, and growth. And I'm happy to note that these policies we have implemented are yielding the expected results. Growth continues to exceed our expectations. The 4.7% growth rate reported by the Ghana Statistical Service for the first quarter 2024 exceeds the 3.1% recorded in the same period in 2023. Inflation is declining. End June inflation rate of 22.8%, a reduction of 31 percentage points from the December 2022, which confirms the target of 15% by end 2024 is possible.
Well, so that's the finance minister there talking about growth rate actually exceeding expectation. And, for example,
well, like we have all said, it's not about growth rate exceeding expectations, about they reflecting in the lives of the people. And I've said it already that when the MPP was in opposition and others also touted some of these macroeconomic indicators, they kept on the refrain that we would not eat these macroeconomic indicators. So let me move on and by looking at the exchange rates, and I mentioned $2, 2 cedis to $1, and around the time I think it was described as midonyame exchange rate. Midonyame exchange rate. If 2 cedis to $1 is midonyame exchange rate, then how do we describe 15 cedis to $1? It is beyond description, because there's nothing beyond God that you can use to compare. Okay, so 2 cedis to $1 is midonyame exchange rate. Then 16 cedis to $1 is. So how do you describe it? How do we describe it? You see, the challenge. I wonder. Yesterday, one of them who has left the shores of the country to America called. He said, "Prof, that thing is not good. And look, it's just that when we meet one-on-one, we can talk about it, but all of us, we cannot agree that the thing, we have to tickle ourselves and laugh." But the point is, it is a monumental embarrassment. Stabilize, reducing, you have not reduced hardships. Look at fuel pricing. How much was a liter or a gallon of fuel being sold at the time that you were looking for power? How much is it being sold now? Now you can't move your car around because you go small and then you have to park. Okay, look at the duties on imports. Now, I know a friend who wants to sell his car. We went to a car dealer, and the car dealer said, "Look, let me be honest with you. Use your car like that, okay? Because if you sell your car, you can't buy a new one. The cost of duties are now more than the cost of vehicles, okay?" And yeah, I heard them saying that they are bringing back the road tolls.
Yes,
they are bringing back the road tolls. And I said, you see, this government is not only suffering from winner takes all politics, it is also suffering from winner knows all. Meanwhile, clearly they've shown that they know nothing. Quote and unquote, Oma Bong. Wow. So let me explain. You have traveled before. Okay, when I was schooling in the US, you go and rent a vehicle and you want to drive around and you put in your address to wherever you are going to, and they will ask you, "Do you want to pay road tolls?" As a student, I said no. If you said no, they would take the GPS will take you at the hinterlands and the countryside of the place.
Your journey will be
so
far.
Your journey, a journey that is supposed to last for about 4 hours, you end up using about 6 hours. And I said, well, I want to explore. So you go and see the countryside, the villages in the US. But the point is that every road there is tolled so that they can get monies to maintain those roads. And it is everywhere. We don't have nothing. But all of a sudden we said we have abandoned road tolls and we're looking for money. We said no. And there were people who were giving every justification when we had not complained about the road tolls. We say we'll pay, but you had people who were justified. Oh no. It is even a way of easing the flow of traffic. They abandoned the road tolls, and the Kaswa road, okay, the Weja to Kaswa road is still trafficked.
So that's what.
Okay. They said we were going to it will ease traffic, and it is this, and it's we want to ease the burden of Ghanaians. Something that we're paying, we're looking for money. You said no, and we were giving them insight, we were giving them knowledge, but because of winner knows politics. See, this government, they don't know anything.
Right.
And they pretend to know everything. That's what we call winner knows all politics. You see, winner knows all politics is also a factor or a feature of this government that undermines the governance, the quality of governance. It undermines the quality of, because and when you proffer idea, they say because it is coming from you, we have heard, but will not use it. So the whole nation is plunged into a governance system headed by ignorant people who would argue against a proposal and then later come back to that same proposal. So when the U-turn, you should be apologizing to Ghanaians that, oh, yesterday we didn't know. That's why we didn't know the impact and we didn't know the dangers or the weaknesses of the decision we took to abolish the road toll. So today we are bringing it back, and we are apologizing for not even listening to wise counsel from civil society leaders and people who gave the views to you free of charge. Okay, so let's go. Unemployment among young people, 14%. Okay, and we are celebrating this. You see, employment of young people is a counter-insurgency strategy that would make sure that we do not continue to sit on a time bomb. Right. So you've heard people, the Gen Z people, they want to go on demonstration. They say they want to demonstrate for 7 days, and the IGP and the people are begging that if they want to demonstrate, then they can tolerate them for 2 days. Okay, you think that if these people were employed, me, I'm teaching, you think I'll quit to go and demonstrate because I'm busy.
Yes.
Elsewhere, that is different. Everybody is busy. But where you have unemployment among the teeming populace of a country, then you tend to shiver when they say they want to go on demonstration. And they will demonstrate because they have nothing doing. And so, young people, let us desist from this attitude of going to politicians so that they give you money, and then when you get the money, you are supposed to defend the indefensible, and in the process, you end up insulting people that you are supposed to be learning from. You attract unnecessary curses for you yourself and for your children. Learn from people, go and respect and learn from people you are supposed to be learning from, rather than going to get handouts, 100 cedis, 20 cedis, and then you go on social media and you are asked to. Every society that develops must respect its moral fiber, its culture, and its traditions and beliefs. But you see, because we are not governing well, we also have the penchant to empower young people. And you are not thinking, how long will you continue to be receiving 100 cedis a day or 100 cedis a week to go and insult other people's children? So when your wife asks you, what are you going to do? Or where are you going? Are you going to work? What is your response? That I'm going to sit on social media because I've been given 100 cedis a week so that I can be insulting people that I'm supposed to be learning from. Is that a sustainable job that has been created for you by this regime?
Right. Professor Jambo, appreciate you. Thank you. And that bit about the road toll that you mentioned, I want to take a listen to exactly what the minister said in road toll. And Professor Patrick, assuming I'll come to you on this, because there was calls to, if we are reintroducing road tolls, then we should see e-levy being abolished as well. That did not happen. That was one of the expectations of the business community. It did not happen. But this is what the minister said. Please.
We will continue the deployment of the Ghana.gov payment platform to remain in public institutions and ensure that all those already onboarded go live. Additionally, The outstanding activities for the full rollout and utilization of the gift mix for the processing of IGF expenditures will be completed by the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, government will also develop a framework for the reintroduction of road and bridge tolls to facilitate the processes for the implementation of a modernized and efficient road and bridge tolling system commencing in 2025.
So that's the finance minister specifically on the issue of road tolls. Professor Patrick Esuming, would you agree or side with those who, looking at the intention and objective for the introduction of the e-levy?
You see, but before Patrick Esuming comes, you see, it would have been courteous, okay, respectful, and a civil thing to do, to say, fellow Ghanaians, yesterday we decided to abolish the road tolls, even against wise counsel. But now we have seen it is only a fool who doesn't change his mind. We realize that it didn't go on well. We have still revenue shortfalls. We need resources. So we are begging you to agree with us or to allow us to reintroduce so that we will know that you've changed your mind. But you don't present it or talk about it as if it is something. Okay. Who told you to abolish it in the first place?
Well, Professor Esuming, would you have expected that the e-levy would have been abolished if the road tolls are coming back, as the business community was asking for?
Good morning to viewers and also panelists in the studio. So I think given how the discussion panned out when the e-levy was being introduced and how things have gone, you understand why the business community thinks that if you are bringing back road tolls, then you should remove the e-levy. So there are a couple of things. I think first, the abolishing the road tolls was a terrible idea to begin with. I think the specific reason we were given was that it had become unproductive, or we were losing productive time for very little revenue generated. And the e-levy at that time was seen to be a more efficient way of collecting taxes. Now, if the problem is congestion at the toll booths, then you have to fix that congestion problem. And we knew there were problems at the way some of the toll booths were working. You get there and everybody has to pay cash, and queues pile up. And some of them were not properly cited. But we know there's a technology to it. Like I've been saying, even at the University of Ghana, we have a card reader. You get the erase and you pass. And this technology was there and could have been utilized. So I think removing the road tolls was a terrible idea to begin with. At the same time, I also think that bringing the e-levy, with or without the road tolls, was a terrible idea. So I think the e-levy is a bad tax to impose, and it should be removed with or without the road tolls. So I don't think we should mess up the argument that, it's because of the road tolls, we should remove the e-levy. In any case, I'm very suspicious of this announcement that the road tolls will be back.
Why is that?
Because in the 2023 budget, it stated that they are going to bring back reintroduce some of the tolls that have been removed. Now, we didn't hear anything about that in the mid-year budget for 2023. In the original budget for 2024, we didn't hear anything about that. And then suddenly we say that in 2025, when a new administration, whether with the same party or a different party, will be in power, and we don't know exactly what their priorities will be then. So I'm not sure that there's a real intention to bring back the road tolls, given how it's been mentioned before and nothing has happened. And then we are kicking the can all the way down to the next year. So I'm not too clear that there's a true intention to bring back the road tolls. But I'll repeat, it was a bad idea to remove the road tolls. And the e-levy shouldn't have been introduced. And with or without the road tolls, the e-levy is not a very good tax to impose. And then if we are going to abolish it, we should abolish it, whether there are road tolls or not.
Professor Esuming, here's where maybe I would also say that I see there may be a true intention to actually bring back the road tolls. And here's my reason. Because if we are making promises to abolish a revenue stream, then there certainly has to be an alternative in raising the revenue that we're losing for promising to abolish a particular revenue stream, right? So you see the MPP and the NDC all making promises that they are going to abolish e-levy. Dr. Bawumia has said it. John Mahama has said it, that if they come to power, they will abolish e-levy. Now, if the road tolls are reintroduced, even though it wasn't bringing us as much as the e-levy brought us, at least based on the comparative analysis within the period that the e-levy has been implemented, there is that sense that at least if we're getting revenue there, if we put in efficient measures, because the minister did not just announce the reintroduction of road tolls, he talks about putting some measures in place to make it electronic, as you're saying, at the University of Ghana, for instance. So when that efficiency is introduced to address the traffic congestion at the toll booth, then we will still have the revenue coming in, maybe even improved than what we saw previously. So that's my viewpoint as to why I think there may be a commitment to bring back the road tolls from 2025.
I think that I understand your argument, but first of all, I mean, I've been adult enough to know not to read too much into this kind of electioneering promises. Definitely not when someone who has been part of a policy or whose regime has introduced a tax and now says that I remove it. But we've seen enough in the last couple of election cycles to see that sometimes people make promises and then when they are in power, they see that the realities have changed. So I think I agree that when you say you are going to abolish the e-levy, then you have to have a different mechanism in place. So let's face it, I want the tolls to be back. There's no two ways about it. But I'm just concerned that at the time that it was removed, we could have done all the mechanisms that we are being told. And I'll repeat, 2023 budget, we said we will bring it back. We are going to explore the mechanism to reintroduce them. Nothing has happened. And the whole idea that you are pushing, so I think you are pushing it to the next administration, whichever one will be, where, you know, there's no expectation that the finance minister or, you know, definitely the president will be there. So, I mean, I think here we will agree to disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's possible that another administration might explore looking at the e-levy and then the road tolls and how to bring it back. But for this current administration, I'm not sure. In any case, 2025, they won't be there to be implementing it. I mean, there's a new administration. We don't know who, even if the same party, we don't know who the new finance minister will be, if there will be a new one, or what the policy direction will be, because the vice president seems to be communicating something that suggests that there might be a change in policy direction as far as the finance ministry is concerned. So, I mean, there's no guarantee that that's going to be done.
See, but if you hear the finance minister also talk about his own verdict on the exchange rate, and we had this, I was with you sometime within the week, about how we do this analysis of the exchange rate, that if January to June, he pegs that analysis from that half-year period of 2023 as against what's happening in 2024, to the extent that there's been a 4 percentage point decrease in the rate of depreciation of the cedi against the dollar. Businesses are crying, yes, that the cedi depreciation has eroded capital. But the finance minister says, you know what, it's not that bad if you compare what's happening last year to this year. Can that be accurate, wholly accurate?
Well, you can say it's not that bad. It's very bad. And I think if you look at, it's probably going to get worse going forward. Oh. Because let's face it, there's no immediate policy solution to the currency problem. It will only take a longer term solution. Now, some of the things that the government believed has helped to stabilize the currency, the gold for oil and the additional gold purchase reserves. The IMF is insisting that it should be stopped. It should be rolled back. So assuming that indeed it was the case that those were helping stabilize the currency, that's going to be gone. And the IMF has been frowning on the forex interventions by the Bank of Ghana. In any case, we are not in a position, we don't have a strong reserve position to be able to intervene the way we want. So I think the idea that we compare the rate of depreciation in one period with the corresponding period completely misses the point. Like I mentioned to you earlier in the week, it doesn't communicate the uncertainty that it brings to businesses. It doesn't communicate the actual losses of the value of their working capital that it brings, because obviously when the currency depreciates at a lower exchange, even if it's a higher depreciation rate, its impact is lower than if it depreciates relatively lower at a higher exchange. That's every business person knows this. So, but obviously we are in a political season and we are in an election season, so you see why the finance minister, and he's not the only one, even the vice president like to do that kind of analysis. But it doesn't tell the full picture of what the currency depreciation has done to businesses, that's for sure.
And you actually send more indicators of worry to the business sector. You said it is going to get worse. Why is that?
Yes. I think, so like I mentioned, if you read the second review document by the IMF, so the forex interventions are things that the IMF is asking the central bank to streamline. And the other thing is that, notice that for the past, since last year, we have not been paying servicing our foreign debts. Now, following the agreement on the conclusion of the debt restructuring, we are going to start repaying. In fact, this year we are going to pay almost 700 million or so. So we are going to start reservicing our loans. And that means there's even going to be more pressure. And if you look at some of our more reliable sources of foreign exchange, in particular, our cocoa syndicated, we saw what happened last year. And there's a sense that the underlying conditions that led to the crop failure in the last planting season has not been adequately addressed. So if you put all of this together, and then the fact that election-related uncertainty might, halt some of the additional inflows that may come, we are clearly looking at a situation where the currency might get worse before it gets better. But like I said, there's only a longer-term solution. We have to rethink about how we finance this economy. We can't continue depending on foreigners to finance our economy. That is what has exposed us to the currency volatility that we are seeing. Unfortunately, when we hear the policy prescriptions, that part seems to be lost out. Of course, it's good that we diversify our exports and also we cut down on some of the imports. But if you look at our balance of payment account over the last 7 years or so, we have been running a trade surplus, i.e., when it comes to merchandise, goods, and services. Merchandise goods, we are exporting more merchandise. At least the value of our merchandise export has been exceeding the value of our merchandise import. Of course, cutting the import will still help, but as long as we don't address the financing challenge where we've borrowed so much in hard currency, and now we are struggling to service it, and every time the currency depreciates, our debt indicators look worse. As we've just heard when the finance minister said what has happened to our debt. So there's no immediate solution, and at least there's none that's been communicated that looks believable too.
Dr. Patrick Sumeh, thank you for this. And I really wanted to understand how the situation is going to look bleak, but at least you have actually given us some detail to back this. Dr. Charles Nyaba is former executive director of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana. You see, when we talk about the peasant farmers, they are on the ground. So when it comes to issues of price of food items on the market and why we are experiencing an increase in the price of food items when we are supposed to be in the harvesting season, correct? And the harvesting season is synonymous to at least a reduction in the price of food items. But we are seeing the opposite this year. Why is that?
Alfred, let me say good morning. You know, Prof said something, and I was just thinking of what is currently happening.
Mm-hmm.
When you travel to most of the communities within Accra, you realize that a champion operation Feed Yourself is coming back.
Feed Yourself is coming back.
You see, people contacted me. That dog, I think we have to start doing our own farms because we can't buy food.
No, you come back.
So you travel across outskirts of the main Accra Central, and people have a piece of land in their backyard. They are doing tomatoes, they are doing lettuce, they are doing spring onions. Me, myself, you come to my area, all my friends are doing that. Meanwhile, some years back, I encouraged them, gave them free consultation services to do that for them, and they refused. But now they are coming because they go to the various markets
and they can buy.
Now, one other thing that people are not getting right, I get a lot of calls that, oh, Charles, your farmers will now be rich because when you send your products to the market, the prices are so high. But nobody is actually talking about cost of production.
The cost of production.
When we were talking about the exchange rate and the inflation, I wanted to say that we feel it more. You go to the market today to buy agrochemicals. I've been fighting with the importers. They increased the price more than 50% over last 2 years' price. You ask what is the reason? They said the exchange rate. I said, but the product is already here. They said, no, when we sell, we have to go back.
So they calculate.
You understand? The same goes for fertilizer. And what is more worrying has to do with we always touting planting for food and jobs and linking it to whatever groups we expect or we are seeing in the agriculture sector. Let's take 2022, 2023, and 2024, what happened? For the benefit of those who don't understand planting for food and jobs, in 2017, when the current government took over power, according to the previous agri minister, the challenge with the farmers has to do with modernizing their farms. And his focus was the use of improved seeds and proper application of fertilizer. So fertilizer was subsidized by 50%. Now with the 50% left, farmers were to pay 25%, and then after harvest, the 25% was also paid. After 2017, when the post-impact analysis was done, it found out that the outcomes that were expected never happened. And the 25% that farmers were supposed to pay, they were not able to recover even 5%. So it became a burden, and then that has to be abandoned. Between 2017 to 2022, the subsidy component continued to reduce. But for we, the farmers, we were happy that it has been actually modified, because along the line, even though government will say they have subsidized fertilizer for 20%, 30%, but even with the subsidy, the open market price was cheaper than the subsidized price.
I see. So, give me an example.
Yeah.
So for instance, NPK fertilizer, 50 kg, let's say, open market price was maybe 150 or maybe 200 Ghana cedis in 2020, 2022.
Yeah.
The subsidized fertilizer by government was still higher in price, say so, like 300 cedis.
Yes. So let me explain this. I think there was a time I have to engage the ministry to understand why you go to some companies that are not part of the subsidized program, and they are able to sell their fertilizers lower than those companies that were part of the subsidized program. What happened is that the ministry engaged these companies, fixed their own prices with the companies, agree, and then At the same time, they now say that I'm subsidizing this. I want you to sell it at this point. Meanwhile, if you left those companies to compete, they are able to actually sell at a price that is affordable to the farmer. Apart from that, it got to a point, any company brings in any product. There were many instances we bought the subsidized fertilizer, sent to the farmers, and they have to reject it. The quality was very poor. Those who were supplying seeds were giving grains as seeds to farmers. So when we did our own monitoring in 2022, you have majority, about 93% of the farmers saying that the quality under the planting for food and jobs for seeds was very poor. Fertilizers were prices were very high. So when Brian Champon came with the new review, we were all happy. We were all engaged in the process because that was going to be led by the private sector. And we, those who have farmers that we've been promoting, we were going to be linked to financial institutions with government facilitating for these inputs to get to them at the right time. So I say that I'm surprised that we link whatever gains we are making in 2023 and 2024 to planting for food Asia. In 2023, we used the whole period to do the engagement. No peswa from government went to the farmer, either in the form of a subsidy, in the form of mechanization, in the form of free fertilizer that are currently being given. So if you say that we are making gains because we spend so much in planting for food and jobs, I don't think that is entirely true. Now, the other thing that the association members are calling is that in 2023, a budget allocation of 600 million was devoted for the planting for food and jobs.
And on that note, I want to let's take a listen to the finance minister on his verdict of the plan for food and jobs impact. And I'll show you the various budgetary allocation. The reason why that question you raised about the direct impact that this has had on the agri sector, in your view, is not reflective of the situation on the ground, and that we should not be attributing all the gains in the agri sector to planting for food and jobs. That's contrary to what the former minister indeed has been consistently saying. But let's take a listen to the minister, please.
Through this program, we introduced the input credit system and adopted technology-driven platforms, enabling farmers and value chain actors to operate transparently and efficiently. Mr. Speaker, to support the private sector in enhancing fish and aquaculture production, we've scaled up the supply of premixed fuel since January 2024. Additionally, we are also partnering with private enterprises and are providing employment to about 10,000 people to expand and venture further into aquaculture. Mr. Speaker, the government has remained focused on expanding the economic enclave projects under the Ghana Cares program. We secured 50,000 acres of land to ensure security of tenure and de-risk agricultural investments, thereby attracting private sector investment in the cultivation of rice, maize, soya, poultry, grains, vegetables, and animal husbandry. At the Kusunya Economic Enclave in the Greater Accra region, government has taken significant steps to de-risk private sector operations for the cultivation of rice, including the completion of 18 kilometers of feeder roads from Tripoli Junction on the main Accra-Ada road to the enclave, the extension of 18 kilometers electricity to the enclave, and the development of a 20-kilometer irrigation canal for considerable.
So that's the finance minister on the planting for food and jobs. Talks about phase 2. Yeah. Already there's some budgetary allocation that has been made in this year's budget for the phase 2 of PFJ. Now, Dr. Nyaba, I want you in a word or two put a verdict on the planting for food and jobs phase 1 and its impact on the agri sector because of the budgetary allocation that we made to it from 2018 to date. And we'll put that on the screen. In 2018, approximately 400 million cedis was spent on the PFJ. 2019, over 380 million. In 2020, 400 million. 2021, 439 million. Yes. 2022, over 614 million. 2023, 660 million. It's a total of almost 2.9 billion.
Yes.
That has been spent on the PFJ phase 1. That's the planting for food and jobs, total budgetary allocation, to almost 2.9 billion. What will be your verdict on the impact that it's had on your sector, where you are?
Yeah, so, Alfred, I think I want to associate myself with Prof about the finance minister. In fact, I did intensive work with him when he was at ASEP. We did this civil society work, and then we all used to admire him of his sincerity. But now I find it very difficult to agree with him with the path he's taking. It is understandable because he has to defend the government. He has to paint a picture that will give confidence to party members that the government is doing well. But I'm sure when we meet one-on-one, he will admit that what he's saying on air is not true. I say this because, I say this because let's just take the planting for food and jobs phase 2 that you want me to pass a verdict. If you take the agriculture sector, we have 80% being crops, whatever forms of crops. It could be maize, soya, cocoa. You put all that together, is 80%. Then livestock is 10%, and then forestry is 10%. So always for agriculture sector to perform well, you expect the crop sector to lead in the performance of group. But in 2023, 2023 year, government cannot boast of anything that they put in the crop subsector, especially the staple foods. Maize, rice, everything. Later on, maybe Prof may want to explain to me.
You see, but they are all even imported.
Yeah.
Go to the market and see. The tomatoes and the onions are imported.
You go
so you say you are doing planting for food and jobs, and yet we are importing. And what is the point?
So now,
they are imported.
Yeah, my confusion
We are importing for food and jobs. We are not doing any planting for food and jobs.
So, Prof, my confusion is, how do we calculate the growth rate that we got? Because we all know that our major staples, if we take rice, imported, soybeans, now we are importing maize. We used to be self-sufficient in maize production. Go and ask industries. We are importing maize as we speak.
Importing everything.
You travel across major maize growing areas, and you are not going to find a grain of maize. Okay? So for us to say that planting for food and job phase 2 is yielding some results, if there will be any results at all, let's wait. By the end of this year, maybe the results might come. But even that, I doubt. Now, you take all the major food growing areas. Farmers have already planted. They have applied fertilizer. Rice growing areas like the valleys, like Oti, like Hohoi, and other areas, they have already planted next their seeds. It was last week that the ministry started sending their free seeds under the planting for food and job phase 2, which is also in doubt. So farmers, even though went for the seeds, the few farmers that were selected went for the seeds, but they've already nursed their seeds and applied fertilizer. So what are they going to use those seeds for? And even that, there are questions that we expect the ministry to answer. Because they claim those seeds and the fertilizer that are given are free to selected farmers. Most of the farmers keep calling and asking, what is the criteria for you to qualify to be among those selected farmers? And how many of them? So we think that this is another scam to just spend the little that is supposed to get to the farmers. Because the criteria is not...
The PFJ phase 2?
Yes, I'm telling you.
It's another scam?
I'm saying that. The ministry is saying that. The inputs they are giving under the phase 2 are free. The free component. And the free component are meant for some selected farmers. And who are those selected farmers? You go to the district, and even within the district department of agri, they don't know the criteria that is used to select those farmers. Okay? The initial model of the PFJ phase 2 that we were all part of and we develop. When it came to the implementation, they deviated from that. The initial concept was what? It was anchored around an aggregator. So the ministry linked the aggregator to financial institutions, to service providers like mechanization service providers, those who supply seeds and fertilizers. So they go and get those inputs on credit basis, give to the farmers with interest-free or zero interest. When the farmers produce, the recovery is done in kind. Then the ministry receive those recoveries and then keep them. During the laying season like we are experiencing, they release it to the market to smoothen the prices. But when it came to the implementation, everything changed. MOFA then became the master aggregator.
Right.
Procuring inputs and distributing them to the sub-aggregators to give to farmers.
That's where the corruption is.
You understand? Meanwhile, it's on record, based on the 2017 experience, when MOFA led in input distribution, the recovery was very poor, less than 10%.
I see.
They tend to now blame the farmers, when in fact some farmers claim that they didn't even receive the inputs, yet their names were recorded as receiving those inputs.
I see. So would you say that this 2.9 billion was spent in phase 1 of Plan for Food and Jobs has been worth it? Has the taxpayer benefited from this investment?
We haven't spent anything. We have not spent anything, please. We have not spent anything.
Look, I can talk with authority. That amount that they claim we spent never got to the farmers.
The
Greater
2.9
percentage,
billion never got to the
I'm
farmers.
telling you, greater percentage remain with cronies, people that the then minister sees as his business partners and friends and family, were those who were engaged to distribute the inputs. We are all aware. When credible importers were left out of the program.
Yeah, I don't think we...
You understand? So, yeah, no, that is a fact. Now, secondly, you go to the farmers. It got a time no farmer was interested in any inputs that were supplied by the Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 1. Because if you take those inputs, you are likely not to get anything. You go and take seed with very poor quality. When you grow it, no matter the quantity of fertilizer you apply, you are not going to get anything. So, in fact, apart from the fact that Brian came and then he saw the need to review it, there was no way it was even going to be sustainable. Okay? Apart from that, almost all the other subsectors of the agriculture was collapsing. Because if you take the 400 million you mentioned, which was spent in 2022, about 93% was of the MOFA total budget was going for Planting for Food and Jobs. All the other sectors, irrigation was left out, warehousing was left out, mechanization was left out. So we're depending on the few existing irrigation facilities and the mechanization that was in the system. So over time, if government continue to focus on only inputs, what happened to all the other sectors? Today, all the good things we are talking about agriculture, we can still relate greater percentage to our champions regime. The Operation Feed Yourself.
I see.
Travel across the country and see all the functional irrigation projects. They were created by our champion. And I keep telling everybody, the foundation of our agriculture development or transformation lies with irrigation. So if you do anything without investing in irrigation, nothing will happen. Look at 2023 budget again. 200 million was allocated for irrigation development, and then 253 million for Polgo multipurpose dam. We all saw what happened in Parliament when the Polgo multipurpose dam came on board.
In fact, we visited that place before the Parliament's committee went there.
Yeah.
It's a bare land.
Yeah.
Nothing is
No, so
happening.
you see, let me just help so you can go. See, we should be worried as a nation when we hear government saying that we have spent X amount of money on this. Okay, we should worry because and yet nothing shows. You see, you remember, I think the beginning of the year, Akufo-Addo said they had allocated a certain quantum of money for the patching of potholes. I don't know whether you heard it.
Yes.
Fixing potholes and all that. Okay, drive on the motorway and see. Okay, if what our Kwame Nkrumah did The road that our Kwame Nkrumah constructed, from time immemorial, around the time that Kwame Nkrumah constructed that road, if one vehicle used that motorway, we're told it took about 3 days for another vehicle to use that same motorway. And Nkrumah was ambitious. And one of the reasons why he was overthrown by them was that he embarked on over-ambitious projects. Yeah. Okay, so what our Kwame Nkrumah did way back, you have not been able to expand it. Okay, if you've not been able to expand it, and you have allocated some monies to be fixing the potholes, why have they not been fixed? Yeah. Okay, they are there, and you drive there and see. Right. Over the week, we're driving there, and then you see the one who was driving just swerved a pothole, and we almost got the car somersaulted. And this is a motorway. Drive from Medina Race Junction to Ashalibutri. They said they have allocated monies to be fixing the potholes. I said Medina Race Junction to Ashalibutri. Drive there and see. Move from a recent, I was going to a funeral at Kwewu, okay? Drive on the road and see. So the money that they said they have allocated to be fixing the potholes, where did it go?
And I like that the link that you make to the. So there was a question from one of our texts. Dr. Emmanuel Sanchez says, I want to find out what Dr. Charles Nyabe's own verdict on the one village, one dam is, because he talks about irrigation as well. Does the peasant farmers have any research on that? That's a quick question.
Yeah.
One village, one dam.
Okay. So before I come to that, let me end with the Polgo Dam that I was talking about.
Yes.
So you see, so we were so much interested in the Polgo Dam. Just like I said, we think irrigation is the way to go. And if you look at the potentials of the communities in that area, you take from through Upper West, Upper East, Northeast, and part of Northern region. Mm-hmm. If we were to construct that Polgo multipurpose dam, the kind of lives, the kind of jobs, the kind of industrial hub that the dam was coming with. So we took so much interest in it. So when that happened, and they realized that no, nothing was going on, I think the association organized a meeting. And we met Bomia.
Sorry, I see.
We also met the NDC presidential candidate, John Mama. Bomia promised, that was in 2022, November, promised that in 2023, we were going to see something being done with that dam. I was just curious. I looked at the budget again. And I realized that allocation for Polgo multipurpose dam has dropped. So paying almost $12 million US to do the groundwork, the mobilization, you drop it. So that money is gone wasted. You talked of one village, one dam. You know, that was actually the brain. I can say that it was part of the brainchild of Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana.
I see.
Yes. Because prior to the 2016 elections, we engaged all the major political parties, including MPP. So when we engaged their agric manifesto team, they asked us to come up with strategies. And then we told them, when you travel to Burkina today, we are importing tomatoes, pepper, and other things from Burkina. It's just based on the one village, one dam concept. You go there, every community, they have a dugout. Right. So they use that for the dry season farming. So when we engaged them, we sold the idea to them, and actually they picked it. Even this year, we sold other ideas to them.
I see.
You see, they picked it. So when it started, we were so much interested. So the moment they started, we actually engaged a researcher to look into it, to do the monitoring,
right,
to see what happened. So along the line, we visited some of the dams. We got to a place, we thought that they were just starting the construction of the dam. We made a follow-up and we were told that the dams were completed. You go there, you don't see the difference between the dam wall and the floor.
The completed dam?
I'm telling you, one rain, 3 dams were open. Just one rain. And I'm telling you today...
One rain filled 3 dams?
Yes. The dam wall opened and the water went out. Majority of the dams, about 90%, are currently not being used. Some of them were constructed in a way that they don't even contain water.
The dam?
The one village, one dam.
Yes. It can't contain water.
How can a dam not contain water?
I'm telling you. You see, some of the dams were not constructed on a waterway. Others, the spillway was so low because it was poorly constructed. They do the spillway almost at the same level as the dam floor. So when the water comes, everything run away.
I see.
Okay. So for the one village, one dam, my views and the views of the beneficiary farmers.
But that was a fantastic idea. One village, one dam.
Yes.
It was a fantastic idea.
Yes.
That would have helped
yes.
Agriculture. I think it is in the interest of the MPP to go into opposition, to rethink.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, to do a sober introspection of themselves. It will not help them. It is in their own interest to go into opposition. So if they have any money they are throwing around, let them save it for themselves. Go into opposition, cut that dream, go and sit down and think. Because they are what they are doing is shambolic. They are making a mockery of themselves.
There's one aspect of
it is in their own interest to go into opposition.
And let me let our viewers and listeners know this, that Madam Sophia Akufo, former Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, I sat with her. You're going to hear her on this show in a few minutes, exclusively here on the key point. And this morning, some of my colleagues in the media have described her as the conscience of the nation. And that's the reason why you would hear her this morning.
Yeah.
So don't go away as yet.
Yeah.
Madam Sophia Akufo will be speaking in a bit. Yes. There was a point you wanted to make.
Yeah. So I want to now give you the reason why some of the projects, the agriculture projects, are actually failing, and I think we all need to have a say on it.
I see.
And I hope that Honorable Finance Minister, whom we work together in the civil society space, will actually take a sober look, reflect back on the days that we used to work together and the research that we do. And don't just sit there and receive information from party food soldiers and use that to make statements on national platforms as reality. If you take the one village, one dam, for instance, our further investigation showed that most of the contractors who were engaged never knew anything about dam construction.
They didn't know anything about dam construction?
No, just money were given to people. You know, one village, one dam, were some of the dams that were sold, the contracts that were sold in Flaster House. Okay,
yeah, I see. No, but I know somebody who was given a contract to be sewing school uniform. He's not a tailor.
Yeah.
He's not a seamstress.
People buy the contract and go and resell. There are expertise within the Irrigation Development Authority, and they are responsible for constructing or supervising any irrigation projects in the country, either private or public. With the one village, one dam, they were ignored. Media were never part of the project design.
They felt that as for hole, everybody can dig a hole.
Now, so that was what happened. Now, with the planting for food and job phase 2 again, I'm seeing the same thing happening. There are technical directors within the ministry. At the MOFA national headquarters, when you go to the regional level, you go to the district level, who are fantastic. They know what's happening. I speak to them. But you bring one person who don't have any knowledge about agriculture, and is running the show. And that is what is happening in the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Any minister who is put in that ministry, go there and they ignore all technical expertise or directors and do whatever they want to do. And we all keep quiet. With the phase 2, for instance, we were all engaged. Me, I was given a contract as an aggregator. Then you allow somebody to take me to districts where I've never operated, to go there and engage farmers and give them inputs. So you have over 40% of people who apply to supply inputs failing to sign the contracts. So for the ministry to be able to work well, I think the politicians need to minimize
their influence.
Their influence in some of the projects, policies, and implementation.
Dr. Charles Nyaba, former Executive Director of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana. And there was this aspect as well. And another, yes.
A quick one.
Yes, a quick one. Yes, then we'll hear from Madam Sophia Kofu. Quick one, yes.
On the planting for food and jobs.
Planting for food and jobs.
They have not planted anything.
I mean, from what Dr. Nyaba is saying, it's a total policy failure. Completely, because if you talk about the amount of money that has been spent and what we are seeing now in terms of food supply and food prices, you look at some of the policy measures that the government had put in place, subsidizing fertilizers. And the subsidized fertilizer ends up more expensive than the fertilizer on the open market. That's strange. No. I mean, when I heard that, I thought no.
Honestly,
is that a fact?
Yeah, that is a fact. It's a mental health issue.
That seriously, the government subsidized fertilizer was more expensive than the fertilizer that is not subsidized by government on the open market. Yes. I mean, what failure in a policy can there be worse than a situation like this? Too, you're also talking about supply of seeds. That the seeds were supplied after the farmers themselves have gone beyond the seedling period. They've already planted.
No.
They've already the seedlings. Now the seeds are now being brought
when they have finished.
When they have finished doing their seedlings and planting, and then it's like the quality
supplying of textbooks when children are done with school.
And the quality of the seeds now. You are telling us. You are telling us about the construction of dams on a flat surface, basically, where the holding area is the same as the spillway area, at the same level. So where is the dam? When you say dam, it means there is a holding area. I'm not a technical person, but when we talk about something has been dammed, you have dammed a certain area so that water can stay in a certain reservoir. So really, what was the policy? How was it implemented such that today we are in such total failure? Now, the last point I want to make about this irrigation matter is the Pualugu Dam scandal. If the facts are that the government has paid $12 million for a project that actually does not exist, I think that the officials in government, and this must go to the president who is telling everybody that his basically hand-picked candidate, Baumia, should be brought so that he and his cronies go and sit at home and manipulate him.
Well, says he'll be his own man.
No, please, let's talk.
He will
I don't want to go on the top, but let me make my point.
Okay.
The president has to take responsibility with his minister for agric and the agencies that are responsible for tracking how our monies are spent. $12 billion paid on a project that does not exist. The government, the president, the finance minister does not see anything wrong with it. The minister of agric doesn't see anything wrong with it. They are not telling Ghanaians anything as if it is just chicken feed, as if it's just small change. Now, if you do this with the resources of the scarce resources, and I will go back to Professor Jampo's thing, and that is true, what are you going to get with the economy? What really is going to come out of the economy? It will seem like it is all a talk. And when we as citizens, we as the people for whom the government is holding our power and resources in trust, complain, then they tell us that we have simplistic minds. We have small brains. We don't understand economics. We don't understand statistics. Nobody is denigrating the value of statistics or scientific data. No. But when there is such a huge disconnect between the numbers you are telling us and the reality on the ground, it will be an insult. That's why I said, I hope No official in government, the minister or whoever, has made that statement.
Oh, yes,
that
yes.
there are people who are trying to make sense of our situation vis-a-vis the data and the numbers that the government is throwing out, and that when we say we don't see the connection or the reflection of those numbers in reality, they are telling us that we are stupid. We are simple-minded. We don't even know what we are saying. When the government really is just throwing dust into people's eyes, and those who are discerning are sitting back and say, look, when Professor Jampo says that the government and the way they are running the government now shows that they are dumb. Initially, I thought I would not agree with him, but something struck me. I will agree with him because it will seem like this government has taken the lazy, dumb way of running an economy.
Why?
Borrowing, 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 borrowing.
Talk about.
Now, if you choose that kind of a shortcut, and two, you are not able to apply those borrowed resources such that inflation will go down, food prices will go down, unemployment will go down, duties and taxes will go down, and production will go up. You are not able to do that. I think it is a signal that this government is quite incompetent.
Well,
because they call somebody incompetent.
Well, you talk about.
I think this shows.
Well, you talk about borrowing. We have to go for a quick break.
Borrowing. A little small point.
You still have your
minute point.
You still have your point. I'm a part of some.
No. This is worrying. It's very worrying, honestly.
Let me just say, I'll go for this quick break. When I'm back, Madam Sophia Kofu would hear from her. I sat with her on issues of the governance, the leader we need going into this election, and then also her take on the financial sector cleanup and these issues of borrowing as well. She has a take on it. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly. Don't go away.
Dreaming of Asia with your family? Let's make it happen. Join Global Wings Travel and Tours for a 9-day all-inclusive tour of Malaysia and Singapore from September 9th to the 18th, 2024. Experience the best of Malaysia and Singapore. Visit famous tourist sites in both countries. Take car cable rides, try local foods, and relax in luxurious hotels. This incredible package includes return air ticket, Malaysia visa facilitation, 9 nights in a 4-star hotel, daily breakfast and dinner, all taxes, airport transfers, and travel insurance. Join Global Wings this September and create memories that will last a lifetime. Book now by calling or WhatsApping 0553 688 398 or 0550 188 181.
Yes.
Star 712.
Picture this. Come in and greet. Yeah, and now you were back in Greece. To say, why you fit a millionaire? Yes, the luckiest at Aroma. To say, about from Massa Echeman. Yeah. Now check this. Sister Abna, aka Kobe Hima. The luckiest at Aroma. Queen B.
Yeah.
Boss lady back up there. Hold on to your seats, folks. Such anyway, it'll be you smooth. Way and your friend will upgrade. Luckiest Adaroma. And the best part, that with the luckiest, Obia or a shot to a good life. And I'm talking to you, me, your girlfriend, your ex, your neighbors, your landlords, and even Goro boys. And no one is over dialing with lucky number. Star 712. No.
Oswaldo ticket to win in the community draw or the grand draw on the 30th of November 2024. The luckiest is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform, not for persons below 18 years. TNCs apply.
Last year, in a viral investigative piece, The Sperm Merchants, 3 assignment presented evidence of prostitution syndicates. 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 3 assi selling their clients' semen to suspected ritualists. But has much changed since the expose? Stanley Nebleu goes undercover again to bring you the latest in the dastardly practice of semen sales. Book a date to watch Sperm Merchants Revisited on TV3 assignment.
This season, Ghana's Strongest is back with a powerful twist. This is the dual edition. Watch as our able-bodied male and female athletes compete in this season's Ghana's Strongest, showcasing their strength, endurance, and determination. Who will rise to the challenge and claim the title of Ghana's Strongest 2024? Catch all their action, the triumphs, and the unforgettable moments. Ghana's Strongest 2024, Sunday 4 p.m. only on TV3. Ghana's Strongest, the power to do. Brought to you by
Deluxy Acrylic Paint, Kivo Foods,
Drugnet, Mixi Choco, Channel Hot,
Frutelli.
Welcome back to Key Point here on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. This one here says, Alfred, number of your message. Alfred, please ask Dr. Nyaba to talk about a FSRP program, where 400 kg fertilizer is supplied to the farmer, and in return, the funders take back 400 kg of the harvest. It is an EU and FAO funded program in partnership with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. You know about this, Dr. Nyaba? This it says FSRP program, you say. Thank you very much. And also good morning to Dr. Nyao Tamaklo. Has a few words for you, Professor Jampo. Mohammed from Salaga says, good morning, Alfred. As a serious nation, should we not be questioning... Let me hear what Dr. Nyao Tamaklo has for me. I think it's a personal one, so I'll tell you. Ensuring those who remove the road toll in the manner that it happened, Ghanaians must demand hard accountability to be able to build this country. This one from Engineer Muhammad Abdullahi says, good morning, Alfred and the panelists. The conditions to meet to make the toll booth functional cannot be overlooked. And he's actually an engineer. So, it has to be done properly. So before the road tolls will be reintroduced, those conditions must be met, such as widening the approaches and the exit of the toll booth, get off wardings or hawkers completely from that area, automate a large portion of the toll and still have some manual ones, synchronize NIA card with ownership of cars from the DVLA with Momo numbers and other bank details to be able to deduct the levies, etc. Engineer Mama, thank you for this. This one here from Master Planner Junior Kintampo. The cancellation of the road toll is one of the needless moves by the then Minister for Roads. I'm happy it's going to be reintroduced in 2025. In regards to lawyer, Nana J. Bafwo Ewa, it says he's an incoming MP for Menchia South. Thank you. Quite a number of your messages. Musa Batwa says from Aswasi, Alfred, I classify the media budget review as Kumiwie budget, which translates to kill me finish. This budget fails to address the pressing issues facing Ghanaians, leaving us burdened and struggling. The most alarming aspect is the relentless borrowing by this government and the lack of, the issues of poor management. It's time for a change that prioritizes the well-being of the people over these misguided financial policies. Talk about borrowing. The finance minister talks about the third coupon payment to bondholders under this domestic debt exchange program. Remember, some of them who were pension bondholders had to picket for their money. And that's where Justice Sophia Akufo comes in, former Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. But let's first hear from the finance minister about this coupon payment, and we'll start the conversation with Justice Sophia Akufo. Take a look.
Let me make my small point.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that government has made substantial progress since the completion of the domestic program in September 2023. We've successfully honored 2 coupon payments, with the second payment of about 5.9 billion Ghana cedis in February 2024. Furthermore, we are on track to make the third coupon payment of 6.1 billion Ghana cedis in August 2024. The timely payments of these coupons will undoubtedly improve investor confidence in the domestic market and bolster the overall economy.
So that's the finance minister about the third coupon payments to be paid to bondholders. But you recall that when he made that announcement of some 1.5 billion that government is going to pay to these persons whose monies were locked up as a result of the financial sector cleanup, he indicated that it was a sign that government cares, you know, for the people. And that's where we started a conversation with Justice Sophia Akufo. Take a look. Joined pension bondholders who were picketing for their money, you know, that had not been paid to them. We understand that some 2 coupon payments have been made. The second one was about 5.9 billion. In this mid-year budget review, the finance minister announced the third coupon payment will be made. And then also the announcement of some 1.5 billion to be paid to persons whose monies were locked up in the financial sector cleanup. Government says that's a sign of they caring about you.
Oh, caring after we had to scream. If you care about somebody, do they have to suffer to receive what is their entitlement? It's not a favor. You see, it's that attitude. It's that supercilious and paternalistic attitude of, wenya. No, minyaye. It's mine. It's your duty to make sure you pay me and pay me on time. Is that not so?
Yes, indeed.
Exactly. So, what? Magnanimity?
No,
why?
So they've done well to pay.
They've done well.
It's a sign of caring.
They don't care. If they care, they wouldn't even brag about it. It's like men who will say, but I provide for the house. What else are you supposed to do? Husbands who provide for the house, I buy the children's school uniforms. Who else is supposed to do that?
At least you were picketing and they've given the money. So it's just
did we have to picket? Did we have to picket in the first place when you have a lawful contract with us called a bond? What does a bond mean? A bond means that between you and I, we have done what? Bound ourselves. And in fact, in this sort of case, you, the person to whom I have placed my money, you have bound yourself to give me my returns according to a certain pattern. Isn't that it?
Yes.
Yes. So why should I? In fact, I'm expected to be even sleeping whilst you send in my payment to my account. I shouldn't even be asking you, so when are you going to pay me? Mm-hmm. Because according to the agreement, it's supposed to be paid at certain stipulated instances, time. That's all. That's your bond. And when, you see, when a government behaves like that, it's not the government that puts itself into disrepute. It's the nation. It's the nation. Because then Ghana is not a country that lives up to its bond. Ghana's word is not to be relied upon. You can't say, oh, that was some other government and not this government. No. Once a government defaults, because it's basically a default, even if it's by a couple of days, it's a default. Once a government defaults and becomes a habitual defaulter and goes begging its creditors to make new arrangements with them. It's a credibility, it raises credibility issue.
Really?
Doesn't it?
Because that was celebrated, as a matter of fact. The finance minister indicated that, you know, the fact that we've been able to, you know, have the renegotiation with a successful renegotiation with our external bondholders, that's freed up some fiscal space for us, and it was worth celebrating, was it not?
Shame on us. That was my reaction. Shame on us.
Shame on us?
Yes.
Why?
Because it also has an effect on our credibility, doesn't it? Our credit worthiness, isn't it? If you owe somebody money and habitually or too frequently you go and ask for rearrangement, I'm supposed to pay you in 2 weeks' time, but times are hard, this and that, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to, okay, let's change how I'm going to pay you. It raises a credibility issue, because next year or some other time, if you want more credit from that person, they may hesitate, or they may come up with harsher terms, or they may agree to lend you only a smaller amount of money, no matter how much you actually need. Because, like I said, it's a credibility issue. Yes.
I see. So this is not...
I'm not a finance person, but how many countries are busy going around doing this kind of arrangement? How many countries?
Well, they said it was because of the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war and COVID.
Yeah. Okay. When you were taking the loan, or you were making the financial arrangement, what did you have in mind regarding the repayment? What was supposed to happen? Where was your repayment supposed to be? The funds for the repayment, where were they supposed to be coming from? Were they supposed to be coming from Russia or from Ukraine? COVID, yes, maybe, but even that one, there are all kinds of accountability issues that arise. I don't want to go through that. But COVID happened. COVID happened all over the world. One of the few things that happened to the entire world in my lifetime was COVID, when every country was shut down. But is everybody weeping about the effect of all that? You're still expecting some other people who were also affected by COVID to help you with your repayments. What did they do that you did not do?
So it still boils down to leadership.
It boils down to and management. It's how you manage what you have.
We failed at managing.
We failed at managing our economy. I would assume that the repayments were supposed to be hinged on our resources. After all, you have to know something is coming to you. So what were we planning will be coming to us that didn't come? The gold, the oil, the cocoa, whatever it is that we trade. Because after all, at the end of the day, finance is made up of what? What you sell and what you buy, isn't that it? Yes. Your input, your output, and your income.
That's right.
So what did we have in mind? Were we just going to play the market? No, you can't build an economy, a national economy, on playing the market, playing currencies and things like that. You're also going to be looking at what you produce and what you sell.
Government
and what comes in.
The government is still hoping to go back to the international market to borrow, at least, because we can't do without it. So yes, we've been downgraded. The indicators are looking better. So
they say.
Well, you don't believe it?
Listen, maybe old age has made me cynical, but I have heard so much blah blah from Ghana governments over the years that anything, my adage is seeing is believing.
You want to see the indicators in your life trending in a positive way.
But if you are busy borrowing into the future, into the lifetime of my grandchildren and their children, is that good management? Is that good management? What are you also assuring will be coming in and will come in with a certainty that will ensure that that which you have borrowed into my grandchildren's future is not going to end up enslaving them? You know, because when you think of it, what is happening with all our young people wanting to go and so desperately, some walk across the Sahara Desert and so on and so forth and all that, get into the hands of people smugglers. In the end, when they get to the other end, isn't it that they're going to be selling themselves for cheap to some people just to get money? So these days, the enslavement is what? Self-enslavement?
So you call it self-enslavement?
Isn't it?
What's happened to bondholders, for instance? Self-enslavement?
No, bondholders who haven't received their money. Oh no, they are not self-enslaved. They have been robbed. They have been robbed. Yes. But I'm talking about the young people too who are going. But the bondholders, they are people who have been deceived. Those who have not been receiving, you know, because they are in various categories. The people I went to picket with, they had done their own placement.
Yes.
Those who joined groups to put larger sums of money into the government, they are different, and they're the ones who, some of whom are really suffering because, but I think the individual pension, those who put their pensions in, or the individual bondholders, they are getting their returns. I keep asking from time to time, is everything okay?
A lot has happened in the financial sector. I mean, even apart from the pension bondholders, you have this 1.5 billion that was announced by the finance minister is for payment to persons whose monies were locked up as a result of the financial sector cleanup exercise. The monies are still locked up in there, and this payment is going to be made to them as well after this number of years.
Mm-hmm. And will it be with interest?
No. Well, not that I know of. But there was a cleanup.
And okay, in the course of the cleanup, surely that move was made to derive a certain benefit, right? Mm-hmm. And what was the benefit? I would like to know. I'm not an economist.
They said they wanted to address issues of, to make the financial sector stronger, and then also address certain weaknesses within the financial sector, for instance, corporate governance issues, and also increase the minimum capital of the financials, the commercial banks, and then the other financial institutions. You know, so those were some of the major objectives.
Yeah, but so long as you're taking, you know, if you're a humane manager, and you're taking certain steps, you don't just get up on a whim and take the step. Before you take the step, you look at the likely consequences, and you look at those who are also going to be affected by those likely likely consequences. And then you also have to decide whether they ought to be entitled to something or not. And then when you implement what you implement, you are honest and you come up front and outright and tell them something. People shouldn't wake up one morning and you've changed their horizon. Imagine one day waking up and there's snow on the ground. How will you feel?
Exactly. There's something wrong.
And Met didn't tell you. They told you it will be a bright sunny day, and you wake up and there's been a blizzard. And basically that's what happened to these people's lives. And you've been silent for these couple of years, and now, okay, you're going to do what? Release their monies to them. Really? Maybe somebody had something like, let's say, 100 CDs. That's what got locked up.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, that 100 CDs was worth a lot. You're just going to return that 100 CDs to them. Didn't somebody somehow do some kind of business with that 100 CDs? That's why it's even there.
You talk about if you were a humane manager, you look at all the other aspects and the impact of the decision that you're going to take. There are some who have argued that this financial sector cleanup, the way it was done, was not humane and has created other problems.
Yeah, I will agree with them. I will agree with them. And in fact, maybe I shouldn't even have bothered to use the word humane, because it really goes more to even a quality manager, an efficient manager. Yes, you can be efficient without necessarily being humane, but you will in the end yield humane outcomes, because if you did it with efficiency, it would have resulted in effectiveness. And then in effectiveness, that's when the qualitative things, or it's not only just quantitative, but it was well done. It was not well done.
The financial sector cleanup was not well done?
No, it was a knee-jerk activity. Because ask yourself, a bank has been breaching. Let's start off with, they mentioned governance issues. Surely those governance issues would have arisen from habitual breaches of the applicable rules and regulations. Isn't that it?
Right.
Yes. Who's supposed to oversee the performance of those rules and regulations? Surely somebody was being paid to be that overseer, to be the monitor, to be the quality assurance person. Not in that defaulting bank, but I don't know, Ministry of Finance, yes, in Bank of Ghana as the fiscal boss, who's always supposed to be monitoring what's happening to money and its values and everything. Somebody didn't do their oversight. There must have been people who were inspectors. How frequently are they supposed to inspect? How many reports were generated by these inspectors over the period of defaults, that you woke up one day and you saw that all this has been done? Some heads should have rolled.
At the Bank of Ghana?
At wherever work was not done, you know, because every time you see a habitual malfeasance, you have to ask yourself, how did this come about? Who should have spotted it? And why didn't they spot it? Weren't they doing their work? That's what effective performance is all about. Everybody has their work to do. Somebody is to do the work, another one supervises, and every supervisor has a supervisor, till you get to where the buck stops.
That's right.
And so when there's been defective performance, it should not be only the defective performer who should be sanctioned. You trace, because something didn't happen. How frequently were you supposed to be giving that performer feedback? Did you? And in management, you're supposed, everything is not by word of mouth, is it? There are reports, and some reports are monthly, some reports are quarterly, some reports are half yearly, some reports are annually. And if none of this was happening, and people were getting away with breaches of the law itself, breaches of regulations, governance issues, and all that, some more people were not doing their work.
Well, there was a Boulders report that captured a number of these issues, but you emphasize a lot more about how this was done and not what was done, the problem that was being solved. 25, in fact, over 25 billion has been spent on this financial sector cleanup already.
And what did it yield?
Well, that's what we're saying.
What did it yield? You see, we should, in this country, maybe if I have one advice to give to, maybe it's easy now, I'm a self-governing person, other than politically, right? One advice I would give to anybody who's in charge, either as a what I call performer, front line, from the front line, from the front desk, all the way to the big boss, everybody should pay more attention to methodology.
Methodology.
Yes, and compliance with laid down rules and regulations. Because everything has a formula. Everything in life has a formula. And you do this, and this follows, and this follows, and this follows. Sometimes, if you're following the formula, you may discern that this formula is not, this process is not as efficient as it could be. And so you the performer who has detected this, you then bring it to the attention of your supervisor, the one you are working towards. And they may say, okay, so what do you suggest? And so you give your suggestion, and they may say, try it and see. And so you try it, and it works. It maybe eliminates one step, which was an unnecessary step, and speeds up the process, and it creates greater efficiency. We should be constantly monitoring. That's what monitoring and evaluation is all about. And every assurable quality outcome is predicated on what happens in between. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Does. Yes, and so that's why I say that if something didn't work, it's because somebody didn't do their work, and it's not necessary. And yes, it's somebody down there didn't do their work, but somebody up there also went to sleep. What were they doing? They were being paid to be issuing inspection reports. They were being paid to be auditing. They were being paid. And auditing is not only counting money. That's the last bit of it. Auditing, good auditing, is whether you're following the methodology is being followed. How is it being done? And we make the laws, we make the rules, we make the regulations, Even internally, we will have all kinds of fancy, you go to somebody's office and they've got huge box folders, and nobody even opens them. And if you take a close look, they're all dusty.
True.
And that's where the how-to is contained.
If you had money, would you invest in any of the financial institutions in this country?
Invest in them.
I mean, would you
such,
put your money?
Serious money? I don't think so.
You would not in bonds?
Oh, government bonds?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, after what has happened, it will take me a while.
Take you a while?
Yeah, because, for some of us, it took us a long time even to want to invest in government bonds. Because some of us started mistrusting governments even before we had anything to invest. When we were students, we saw things happening, the whimsical manner of handling things to do with money. To be honest, one of the things that had a long-standing impact on me in terms of government and money was, I think that it must have happened the year after I came out of university, and we wake up. No, we didn't wake up on Friday evening. In the 6 o'clock news, those days there was only GBC.
Yeah.
On the 6 o'clock news, there's an announcement that the cedis we've been spending is being withdrawn. In other words, if you even went to the bank on that Friday, everything you have is no longer money from that moment in time. And that you had to take your money to the bank. And on Monday, they didn't even make a special arrangement for you to go to the bank on Saturday. So on Monday, you will go to the bank, queue up round the corner to go and exchange your money, and you can't exchange more than a certain amount. The rest have to go into stay in your account at that new sort of exchange rate. And you were suddenly left like that. And I remember somebody telling me that on the next day, Saturday, she went to the market because she desperately needed to buy palm oil. And there was a palm oil lady she was always buying from, so she knew that the woman would sell it to her on credit. So she went, and the person who had bought just before her, I don't know how many, God knows how much quantity the person bought, and had paid her with the dead money because she didn't know what was happening.
So she lost it.
Obvious. And from that time, I was always highly suspicious. I started, if I have money and somebody is selling.
Dreaming of Asia with your family? Let's make it happen. Join Global Wings Travel and Tours for a 9-day all-inclusive tour of Malaysia and Singapore from September 9th to the 18th, 2024. Experience the best of Malaysia and Singapore. Visit famous tourist sites in both countries. Take car cable rides, try local foods, and relax in luxurious hotels. This incredible package includes return air ticket, Malaysia visa facilitation, 9 nights in a 4-star hotel, daily breakfast and dinner, all taxes, airport transfers, and travel insurance. Join Global Wings this September and create memories that will last a lifetime. Book or WhatsApp in 0553 688 398 or 0550 188 181.
Now is an opportune moment for investors to consider the remarkable investment opportunity presented by the Floria Residence, the pinnacle of luxury living in Cantonment, offering a range of options from executive studios to lavish penthouses, including 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom apartments. Amenities and services includes round-the-clock security services, dedicated play areas, a bustling commercial zone, state-of-the-art fitness facilities and gym, a well-appointed conference room, an elegant rooftop sky bar, and a breathtaking rooftop infinity swimming pool. Additionally, residents benefit from the convenience of a secured 3-floor underground car park, while those residing in the ocean view penthouses enjoy unparalleled vistas. We are located opposite the Laboni Palace Mall, Accra. Contact us on 0595700008.
All sporting disciplines matter on Warm Up Plus.
Warm Up Plus, the most exciting hour on TV. So join the conversation and get updated.
Get sports news, visit exciting places, and be in the know on Warm Up Plus. Let's go, Diana.
We're just getting started.
We're just getting warmed up.
Catch me, Yao Ufusulabi.
And me, Aniela Alote, every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. only on TV3.
Who says you can't make money off social media? So even on TikTok, you're making money?
Yes, a lot of money.
Who says you can't make people laugh off creating content?
Then you watch the fish, when you finish that, you need them. No, it's them.
This week on The Day Show, we're hanging out with some TikTok superstars. From a young talent who has been discovered by her auntie to having two very well-known superstars on TikTok, Asantewap and her brother Keveli. Very soon, you're on your way. You've already scored a goal or you are yet to...
I've not selected the team.
Hey!
When I sit, they will say. When I stand, they will say. When I lie down, they will say. So let them say.
This show is definitely for you. Don't miss The Day Show this Sunday at 3 p.m. So the more they hate and say hateful things, the more you will
I'll use them to make money, yeah.
The Day Show, Sundays at 3 p.m. on...
Welcome back to Key Point here on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, and DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. And a number of the issues that Justice Sophia Akufo raised, and my guest still with me in the studio, were to be joined by two other guests, but there's been a situation so which they're dealing with, and we're checking up on them. We also have eyes on what's happening in Tamale. But no blame game on Russia-Ukraine. It's a bond. Our economy has not been managed well. Even with the financial sector cleanup, if you're a humane manager, the position that it takes is that things could have been done differently because it wasn't well done. It was a knee-jerk approach to addressing the issues in that financial sector cleanup and how it was done. Anointo.
Yes. Listening to Justice Sophia Akufo, of course, these are issues that a lot of people have expressed concerns about, but I want to singularly praise her effort, because at that level in society, who she is, and for her to decide to come down to the level of the reality that the ordinary people are suffering. I think this is very highly commendable, because in many cases, when issues of this nature arise, you wouldn't expect the people who belong to the higher echelons of society to take a position with the common people, you know. And I think it is very highly commendable. And I pray that a lot more of our senior citizens and statesmen and women relate with issues in this kind of perspective, because too frequently you would find a lot of our even very elder statespeople relating to issues on a very partisan basis in terms of the politics of this party or that party. Here is a case that affects a cross-section of the people, people in high-level society, people in the mid-levels, and you know, people at the lower levels. And you find a very important person in society taking a position on the side of the people. I think it is very highly commendable. Two, one of the things that has really puzzled me about this financial sector cleanup is the indication, and I'm trying to get the confirmation for the numbers, that indeed what the government claims to have spent on the financial sector cleanup is about double or much higher than what the banks that were distressed actually needed to bring them up to the threshold of capitalization that the Bank of Ghana was requiring. That is, in the case of those banks which were not just a question of flagrant violation of rules, but it was the specific issue of falling below the threshold of the Bank of Ghana capitalization requirement. I mean, if that is the case, then truly the government has not served this nation well at all. And that truly, as in the words of Justice Sofia Akufu, the whole issue has not been well managed. It hasn't been done competently. And this would be a signal of serious incompetence. And I'm happy she also talked about, forget about the humaneness or lack of humaneness. These are earnings and monies that belong to people who have worked for it. They decided to invest against uncertainties into the future. And then the government mismanages its own public financing regime, and then now decides that we are in debt. So everybody, whatever your money is in trust, in your account, in your savings, in your pension, the government is basically arbitrarily taking this percentage of it. The rest of it, we have decided we'll pay you after 1 year, after 10 years, after 5 years. That, for me, is difficult to accept, especially where there's a lot of evidence of financial sector, public sector financial mismanagement, especially where there is a high level of incidents of corruption in public expenditure and public financial transactions, especially where a lot of the monies that the government even contracted, we are yet to get value for those monies. So really, I think where we are getting to now, on this account alone, the financial sector reform, the haircuts that was so painfully administered to retirees and pensioners. I mean, on that count alone, the person who is standing and wishing to be elected as president from this same ruling party, Dr. Bawumia, on that account alone, should, in all honor, step out of this race. I know he's not going to do it. I know the MPP is going to disagree with me, but the good people of Ghana are listening. And we are telling ourselves that we are not going to allow this group of people, small group of people who have basically taken our nation hostage, doing things that hurt us so deeply, and yet when you speak about it, they question your intelligence. We are going to select a new leader come December 7. I think now that we have a chance to elect a new government in the face of the current circumstances. If a person has credibility problems, they should not be considered by Ghanaians. If a person cannot be trusted, and in this case, I will focus a lot more on the candidate of the NPP. Here is a case where, as head of the economic management team, as vice president, as a former deputy governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Bawumia could not collaborate with the governor. And now he even happens to be the governor's boss as vice president. And we run ourselves into this situation. We handle it so messily. And now Dr. Bawumia and some people in MPP are telling us that he is the best person to continue running the affairs of this country, to the extent that even the president is telling us that he cannot hand over to anybody apart from Dr. Bawumia. I think those kinds of statements are very, very dangerous, because we know the conditions under which this next election is going to happen. We're looking at the economy and our living conditions. We're looking at issues of governance. We're looking at issues of competence. We're looking at issues of credibility and integrity. So when you put all these things together and you hear some of the indications that are coming from very high level circles within the current government, including the president, I think that Ghanaians must wake up and send a signal to the president that it is not up to him to decide who he will hand over to and who he will not hand over to. It is up to the people of Ghana. And people of Ghana are going to vote on the issues that we are dealing with, the financial sector issues, the haircut, the economy, the prices of goods and services, the inflation that is cutting business out. These are the issues. So if the government has done its best, and this is the best that you could do in 8 years, well, that is fine. But there shouldn't be anything done by the president or people in this government to try and undermine or send a signal that might seek to undermine the effort of Ghanaians to look for new leadership. Because certainly what we are in right now as a nation calls for a totally new breed of leaders, a different kind of leadership that will not just threaten us when we raise issues about the performance of government. Leadership that will present us with a blueprint for leadership, for development that can be trusted, not just empty political promises. A lot of the things that we've been reviewing today, particularly referring to the mid-year review, yes, all of us have realized that this is a lot of talk about data, about numbers, and the effort really is for government to look good. We don't want...
Is it just about that, for government to look good?
Oh, yeah. See, I mean, everybody has agreed here, and people in town agree with us that, look, the numbers may be fine, and they may be good for textbooks, economics. But when we check the reality of day-to-day, the numbers are a far cry from what we are living. This is why we need a new kind of leadership, radically different from this status quo, where we've been moving around in circles in what Alan Chamartin calls the cul-de-sac model of economic leadership and governance and management. We have found ourselves in this cul-de-sac, where after every 4 years, after every 8 years, we are returning to the IMF because we are mismanaging irrigation projects. We are mismanaging planting for food and jobs. We are mismanaging our financial sector. And government political interferences are so terrible in our governance setup. We need a new kind of leadership. Now, before I go off this point, quick one. When this document called a Japadia document was mentioned about 4 or 5 years ago, and some people started questioning it, there are people connected to this government who insulted them as How can intelligent people like you believe in such a stupid proposal? And this is a conspiracy to tarnish the image of some people, a family who are closely related to the government, and so on and so forth. Now, today, we have about 70 or 80% of all the things that document said haven't been implemented through the government public sector machinery. So you see, we need a new kind of leadership that can be trusted by the people, not leadership that will insult everybody's intelligence. And as soon as you raise any question about how government is performing, either on the economy, on governance issues, and then you get insulted, you get attacked. I think it is about time we told ourselves we need a credible, trustworthy, competent government and president, for that matter, come December 7.
Well,
I think that Alan presents Ghana with that kind of alternative. Now we have a choice. We do have a choice.
25 minutes
between the MPP and the NDC, between John Mahama and Dr. Bawumia. We have an alternative that nobody can question in terms of integrity, in terms of competence, in terms of leadership, in terms of track record. We need some serious change, not plenty talk.
Okay, says we need serious change and not plenty talk. Nana Oheninto. Now, we have a number of your messages, quite a lot of them on some of the issues that Madam Sophia Akufo mentioned, plus what my guests have been talking about. But, for example, I mean, you had indicated that she's the chair of the governing board of the University of Ghana.
Council,
I see.
Justice Sophia Akufo.
A very hard-working, competent, no-nonsense.
That is the kind of leadership Ghana needs at the moment. I tell you.
If somebody can tame me, she's the one. Sometimes, you go for meetings.
Otherwise, you get too dirty.
You go for meetings. She said, "Sit down. I'm not asked you to talk." I said, "Hey, me."
That's it.
All right. So I'll talk about what Madam, my chair, the chairperson of our council, said. But before, there's one small point that I wanted to make about the budget. Then I'll go on. You see, President Akufo-Addo is exiting office, and he made a pledge to his God that if he becomes president, he's going to build a cathedral to his God. In the mid-year review of the budget, we didn't hear anything about the pledge to...
Public funds have gone into it.
Because public funds have gone into it. So in other words, we didn't hear anything on the state of the National Cathedral construction. Now, what we know, ordinary people, is that if I have visited the site myself, because I was among the first people to speak against it. In 2018, when I was going to the University of Bristol as visiting professor there, after teaching, a friend took me around. I saw certain investment that they had made, and I was wondering why people could think about those investments and why we would be thinking about constructing a national cathedral. So for now, what we know, I went to check, is that a deep hole has been constructed, and the media review didn't say anything about it. So I'm wondering, is the reference still the cathedral, not the ABC? Are you still going to be? And when we said that it was not a priority, it shouldn't be a priority, the winner knows mentality in them came after us, insulting us. Now look at them. Yeka wuntieno, debi, now be Kawie nyonu, obana koyingbe, wuwi bisin, wuwi dia ye free. Na wuwi meko dia, wuwi mu besonsio, wa. I like the other one, pene, wa. You see, when we're talking to them, they were not listening. Now you could not, they contracted some big men to be talking to us behind the scenes. You are there talking and then, to you to do what? Yes, no, don't talk about it. It's National Cathedral. Don't talk about it. So people were calling us behind the scenes. I said, well, can't we reason? Can't we think?
Nobody is supposed to reason.
Can't we reason? Can't we think? Now, so you have not been able, you've dug a big hole. You see, as for law on causing financial loss to the state, my father says, "Say, oh, police nisi on cherewa, not just a chera on cherewa, but so police nisi obecherewa, and then they obecherewa." The point is that the point is that you see, somebody would have to be charged for causing financial loss to the state because that hole would have to be refilled. Okay, that hole must be covered.
There were buildings that were demolished.
Yeah, the buildings that were demolished, the trees that we were told were carried to nowhere, I don't know. But you see, someone will be charged for causing financial loss to the state. And we are telling the new regime, whoever takes over the reins of government, if you sit...
You think if Bawumia takes over...
Well, I said whoever takes over the reins of government. Okay, whoever takes the reins of government. I don't know. Bawumia himself, I'm not sure he's interested in it because we've not heard him talking about this. So whoever takes over the reins of government, we expect you that you demand a certain accountability because when we were warning them, because of winner knows all politics, they felt they knew everything. Okay, yet they know nothing. I'm telling you, see, there are various, we teach strategies for African development. This semester, we taught it. There are various theoretical explanations to underdevelopment. You can talk about the modernization, the dependency, the historical, the geographical location. There's another one called the knowledge theory. It argues that those people we have given power to them, you see, they don't know anything. Go and check. They know nothing. Sometimes you engage them privately one-on-one. But are these people who are governing us, you engage them one-on-one, and some are cabinet ministers. Is this man also, or is this woman also a minister? Okay, but unfortunately, yes, qualification to political appointment is he who was able to hurl insults at the fastest rate in the electioneering campaign. He who got injured when they were campaigning, he who got hurt. Yeah, Sir John, he said what they have done to me when he was looking for appointment. He said, look at how I've suffered the party. It is not I've suffered for the party. It is not suffering. She's suffering for a party. It's not licentious for political appointment because political appointment in a developing democracy like ours should always be based on what Max Weber referred to as meritocracy. Let's talk about Sophia Akufu. Let's talk about
let me just let you know that we had a conversation with Peter McMenu, who is a former national chair of the NPP.
Yeah.
He's on the Dr. Bawumia campaign team. He says Dr. Bawumia is committed to completing the National Cathedral.
National Cathedral. But so
that's just to let you.
Okay. Wait. Whose money? Did he make the pledge?
No.
Was it a pledge that he made himself? And when they told us that they were not going to use our money, and then they ended up surreptitiously making use of our money. I mean, let's see how it goes. But I'm saying that whoever wins the next government, next election, and form the next government must sue or charge somebody for having caused financial loss to the state. Let's talk about Sophia Akufu. In my view, I think she was just commonsensical. She spoke common sense. And everything that she said, I agree with her. Apart from, I listened extensively to the conversation, and not the one, I mean, I think you have shortened it. Apart from his position on the capping of judges, which you didn't show here, which I disagree with. We cannot allow the president to be manipulating the judiciary like that by always handpicking people and placing them there as judges for no reason. Ghanaians, you see, Ghanaians, the people of Ghana, have been consulted and they have made a recommendation that there should be capping. The African peer review mechanism of the new Partnership for African Development, NEPAD, in 2005 also made similar recommendations. So I disagree with my with the respected Sophia Akufu on her position on the call for capping of the Supreme Court judges. But beyond that, I think she spoke common sense. And I agree with Nana Hinin too, that other statesmen and women must emulate what Sophia Akufu is doing. And they should stop hiding in their closet and profiling counsel and giving apport to people who speak publicly. And they themselves, they should come out publicly. When this man said, Reverend Professor Marty, when he asked for the Enyansafwe, dear respected statesmen and women who have retired, Reverend Professor Marty was referring to you. You are the Enyansafwe. You see how the wisdom, Sophia Akufu spews when she speaks in public. So Enyansafwe, what are you looking for? What are you afraid? You've led your lives, you've built your mansions, you have your cars, you have your everything. Okay, so what are you afraid of again? One of your foot is in the grave, the other one is on a banana peel. Tomorrow you are gone. So why won't you speak the truth so that you can face death with equanimity? Why won't you speak the truth so that you can help in shape Ghana's development process? So tomorrow when you are resting in your grave, your children and grandchildren won't curse you. I'm telling them, your great-grandchildren will curse you whilst you are in your grave if you don't speak well, if you don't speak to shape how governance is conducted in our part of the world, like the way Sophia Akufu is doing. I want to believe that if we have 10 Sophia Akufus in Ghana speaking, joining all of us to speak, we'll be able to force government to sit on their toes. We'll be able to force government to do what is right. But now, the elderly person, the very aged person who is dying is NDC or MPP, and sometimes you don't understand. Can't we have growing up? We had elders, okay, elders who will shape you. They will tell you this one is a no, don't do this. But now elders have also fallen for partisan manipulations and machinations. And you're talking about Council of State, partisan. See, the president has a hand in selecting, whether directly or indirectly. He determines members of the Council of State. Traditionally, no chief had a hand in selecting members of his Council of Elders. Before the chief was born, the Council of Elders were already operating in the council, in the chief's palace. So if a chief misbehaves, the elders will tell you, Nana Obetoye. Okay? So we don't, it's like we're a nation without elders. And it is painful. So, dear elders, our fathers, our grandfathers, and all that, now, the little life you have in you, please spend time to also speak up. Because given your age, given your accomplishment, given your standing and status in society, nobody can do you foco. Let us shape the conduct of governance so that tomorrow when you are resting in your grave, where you are resting, these land sellers, they would not come and sell your grave and then say that to themselves. They are selling everything. Okay, we are selling everything. And then when you say it, they say, oh, but the NDC too.
The green belt
Thank you.
Yes, the green belt along the motorway.
Yes.
They've sold all.
The green belt along the motorway.
They've sold all. And when you are talking about it, they said,
people in this government.
When you are talking about it, but they said the NDC also sold. You see, it is a nonsensical argument of equalization because we didn't like what they did. That's why we voted against them. And so if you promise that you are going to give us heaven, and then so someone was not doing what was right, and so we voted against them, and you come and to worsen what you said was not good, and then you try to compare yourself to them. You see, then it's like you are taking all of us for granted.
Thank you.
And that's why I said that it appears that, you see, power has its own way of blindfolding people into appreciating what is real. It is in the interest of the MPP to go into opposition, so that they can go and think, okay, one kada na one gen.
Professor Ransford Jampo is a professor of political science at the University of Ghana, Legon. Let's cross over to Tamale now, the Tamale Jubilee Park, where my colleague Eric Maona and Komla Kluche are there. For us, we've been there earlier. We'll just give you a feel of what's happening on the ground right now here on your Election Command Center. Maona.
Democratic Congress has begun already strongly this particular sport. This is where the National Democratic Congress is launching officially their campaign. And if you look around, there's a lot of Rushing out loud, people was whistling on all the lines. The euphoria is quite high.
National Democratic Congress have begun already thronging this particular spot. This is where the National Democratic Congress is launching officially their campaign. And if you look around, there's a lot of vuvuzelas blurting out loudly, people with whistles and all the lights. The euphoria is quite high here at the Jubilee Park, where they are still anticipating the arrival of John Mahama, a host of other national executives of the NDC, and also other members of the NDC from different parts of the region. Already, they've come in their numbers, and you can see in your shot persons from different places all gathered here at the Tamale Jubilee Park, where in about an hour or so, this event is expected to kick off. We'll try and touch base briefly with a number of the supporters as well who've come and get a sense of why they are here so early, the excitement in the atmosphere and all of that. But that's what's happening in your screens right now. The opposition NDC is launching their campaign officially. We got the indication that the Western North, they'll continue to Yendi after today's event. The team will be split where the work is expected to really begin. But for now, all is being set ready for the commencement of this particular event, which will kickstart the campaign of the opposition NDC. It's an election that they are seeking to win, an election that, if you speak to all of the party executives since yesterday when we arrived, they continue to make the case that, look, they are going into this election battle ready to ensure that they return to power, and that is why they are kickstarting this campaign in the northern region, a region which has been largely favorable to them, but has been split into three. We have the northeast region now, we have the Savannah region, and the northern region as well. And so the voting numbers, the NPP is seeking to claw away their base in the northern region. And so one of the reasons this is coming here is to ensure that some of the acrimony which was witnessed, which resulted in a number of the seats being lost in 2020. We spoke to the Honorable Murtala Mohammed, who mentions the Mion constituency and others that, look, there was confusion, there was acrimony which resulted in them losing some of these seats. They are seeking to iron out all differences, and then they can win back these seats. And so that's what it's looking like. The individuals or the supporters are coming in their numbers already, and we'll try and speak to a number of them for you shortly. But you're live here on your election command center from the Tamale Jubilee Park, where in a little over an hour, the opposition National Democratic Congress is expected to kickstart officially its campaign. We've seen a number of executives of the party already. We've seen aid to the former president, Joyce Power Mokhtar. We've seen a number of MPs. We've seen Sami Jempi as well. We've seen Minority Chief Whip Doyo Ganza. She's already here. And so diverse numbers, diverse individuals, and we can try and speak to a few of these individuals who are here. Talk to us. You're here so early to be a part of this. Where have you come from to be here today?
I'm from UDS, Tamale here.
So you're in Tamale. Talk to us about the excitement being here, being a part of this official campaign launch.
Oh, I'm excited because because the youth, we are really struggling and we are going through a lot. Even, let me give this example. I come from Nkoko. My first time here, it was 70 cedis. And now when I'm to go to Nkoko, almost 300 cedis. So we Ghanaians, we are hungry and we are angry. And we are eager waiting for JM to come and rescue us.
I'm waiting for JM to come and rescue
us.
Thank you. Let me speak to somebody else. Boss, where have you come from to be here today?
I'm from Tamale. I'm a branch chairman for State Housing. Yes.
Talk to me. Branch chairman of which particular constituency?
Tamale North.
Tamale North.
Yeah.
How is it looking like? I know you currently hold that particular seat, but what work are you doing to ensure that the voting numbers increase this year?
We are doing a lot, especially during the registration time. We want to get a lot of our people on the register. so that we will get, when the voting day comes, we will just win one touch. And then we will make sure that we protect the ballots. This time around, the problem we normally have is that immediately after the election, when an MP wins, the people jubilate and go away. They don't stay back to see to the presidential and other elections. They just go away. But this time around, we'll stay put at the polling station until everything is over.
That's one of the things that you think has not worked in your favor in the past, leaving after the declaration of your parliamentary candidate.
Yes. Most of the times, immediately a parliamentarian wins, they jubilate and go away. They don't come back to the polling station again to see to the presidential election. But I think this time around it will change. We'll make sure that we will stay put until everything is over, till JM wins. Yes.
Thank you. So the executive. And the North constituency short, women are physically challenged, all of them, and that particular song is what is making them really excited, and that is what really is happening here at this particular point in time. And so that's what's the feeling is like. This is what the ground is like currently. The Tamale North constituency will try get a bit more executives for you, but for now, the expectation is that things will kickstart shortly. The executives will come, the messages will come, they'll hear from them, then they can go down grassroots level, campaigns can start, and then they will go towards a victory for themselves and the NDC come December 7. That's in particular what they expect. But let me speak to Dr. Titus, Professor Bayo now, he's a parliamentary candidate for Lambusi.
Yeah.
You've also come to be a part of this particular event today. Prof, and
Yes.
I need to record that well. Prof, talk to us. You've come from Lambusi. How is it looking like in Lambusi towards December 7?
I think what is happening here is a reflection of what is happening in the country. Everybody is yearning for this change, and we are looking for the person to press that reset button. And Lambuse is charged. In fact, it's unfortunate all of us could not come here. So we are here as delegates representing Lambuse. But I think what you can see in Tamale is a reflection of the country. Everybody is yearning for the change, and everybody's hope is on His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to press that reset button to set this country on the path of prosperity and shared growth for everybody, where we develop the nation that we all own part in, not where we choose to prosper a few people and their families. No. So we are here to express our massive support to establish a statement that change is coming.
Prof, thank you. I'm sure we'll speak again shortly. That's Professor Titus Bayo, is a former General Secretary of the Ghana Medical Association from the Lambushi constituency. He's leading the charge.
Well, it clearly tells you what's happening there at the Jubilee Park in Tamale. Eric Mawena Egbeta is my colleague there, together with Komala Kluchi and the rest of the team, bringing you everything you need to know here on your Election Command Center. Stay with us as we've done over the last few weeks gone by. The major political events with both the MPP and the NDC will remain your Election Command Center. And in 30 seconds, I don't need to quickly before. Yes, because I'm sorry. Forgive me, please.
We also
covered the launch of the GTP, the Great Transformational Plan. Yes,
so just quick one.
Thank you.
On the NDC
30 seconds
launch, I hear the NDC talking about John Mahama being the change.
Yes.
And I don't know how a former president, former vice president can represent change or freshness or newness. Ghana truly needs change.
Okay.
And that is why the movement for change has been launched by Alan Shamating and his competence and his character and his everybody knows it. So please, if Ghanaians need change, they shouldn't go looking elsewhere.
Right.
NDC is not changed. MPP is not changed. I mean, Baumia and your mama, they are not new.
Thank you.
They are not fresh at all.
So as I said, the season started. We are all experiencing what we are going through in terms of food inflation, the exchange rate, and the real change to this is the agriculture sector. But the current implementation of the planting for food and job is not actually trickling down to the farmer.
Thank you.
So we call on the minister to sit up. If the inputs are coming, the fertilizer, they should hardly let it reach the farmers.
Thank you.
All right, so the mid-year budget review, in my view, contains statements that do not reflect in the lives of the people. And I want to advocate that it's about time we moved governance from being in the air to implementation of interventions that really translate or shape the lives of the people. And then also for the National Cathedral, I think that somebody must be sued for causing financial loss to the state. We must be thinking about possibly President Akufo-Addo himself must suffer some consequences. So if it's possible for us to freeze his gratuity to be used in paying for the covering of the cathedral, if that is not enough, then we sue him and his appointees for having caused financial loss to the state.
We say that he's a professor of political science at the University of Ghana, Legon, governance expert. Dr. Charles Nyaba, appreciate you for coming. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming.
Nice to have us.
My name is Alfred Ocansey. On behalf of the rest of the team, thank you for staying with us. I was clothed this morning by Willie's Clothing Empire. Find them on Facebook and also on Instagram, Willie's Clothing Empire. We continue our coverage of the NDC's national campaign launch in Tamale from 12 noon. So make a date with us here on your election command center, 12 noon till the last statement is made. Have a great weekend.